All right. Hello, everyone. This is Priyanka Mishra, and I'm live with the Headout team who is hosting Hackout today for all of our student fraternity and those of you who want to join our hackathon. We're live right now, and the agenda for today is packed with exciting speakers. So we look forward to having more of you as a part of this event. Uh, we are, as I said, we're live in Bangalore at the moment from our headquarters, and we're also physically present at IIT BHU and Triple IT Allahabad. So, if those of you who are present on campus, feel free to ask your student coordinators on the placement team and join our team over there. We have a bunch of our engineers and our TA team available to help you out with the hackathon. Okay, then. So we are lining up for the day, and we have Vikramjeet as our first speaker, who is also our CTO. Vikram comes with extensive experience in the technical field. He started off his career with Oracle, and now he is with Headout since past almost 9 years. And he would be giving us an overview of what Headout is all about. While he's all things technical, he's also one of our co-founders. So let's welcome Vikram for our first session. Over to you, Vikram.
All right. Just give me 1 second and let
Sure.
me share my screen. Sorry, there's some problem in sharing my screen. Just give me 1 second.
No worries.
All right. Can you see the presentation?
Not now I can. Yeah,
Okay. I'm gonna make it full screen. That works.
sure.
All right, folks. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for coming up today. We'll start with the sessions with an introduction to Head Out. So, I think quite some people who might be hearing the stream will know about Head Out, but let's just introduce it once more. So, Head Out is basically uh, a platform for people to discover interesting things to do in town, discover the world, and book experiences spontaneously. So let's say you land up in some city, let's say New York. You can basically explore what the city has to offer and book interesting things like a Statue of Liberty tour, maybe go for a hop off bus, maybe book a Broadway musical, and yeah, just have a fun time. Um, so at a glance, like we basically support all sort of platforms, so it's apps, web, etc. And you can very easily discover interesting things to do in town, things that are on demand, things that you can book immediately and spontaneously at the best prices available, overall, and that you might find anywhere. And it's like a very seamless booking experience. So like you'll only be able to experience it once you use Head Out. um, so we are currently live in around 70 cities around the world, which include New York, London, Paris, Rome, Amsterdam, Singapore, etc. Now, this chart doesn't encompass all the cities, but you get a gist of how global we are and how spread out we are. And till now, we have basically served more than 12 million guests and have almost done like $500 million of sales, which is a lot. We have had customers from around 200 countries, and there are around 15,000 experiences currently on Headout that are bookable. So now, how does our growth pattern look like? Now we haven't included the years before 2017 because this is a linear scale, and the numbers will not be relevant to this scale. If it was a log scale, probably that would be more visible. But you can see basically, we are currently doing somewhere around $60 million in monthly, sorry, in quarterly GMV, which is basically sales. And you can see how our basically growth has been going on, you could say, in sort of an exponential manner from 2017, 2018, 2019, and even before the years before, just that they won't be visible over here. We did have an impact on during the COVID times, for obvious reasons. um, we basically the sales basically went down to zero because the COVID basically was sort of like a travel industry stopping event. But the good thing was that we've always been builders and very passionate about the thing that we're doing, and we're believers that people want to experience the world out there, and we've been keeping our heads down and building on things and working on our bottom line and stuff. And now, if you can see, like, we have actually r- gone past our pre-COVID levels in a much more faster manner. Like, even if you look at this point, I don't know whether you can see my mouse pointer or not. Um, uh, Priyanka, by the way, I just wanted to confirm you can hear me, right? Hello. All right, I'm gonna keep on continuing. Cool. So, I'm not sure whether you can see my pointer, but during this point was the point when the Delta wave was going on in India. It was like very uh, people were in their most negative mental state, you could say. But the interesting thing was that we were growing like 75% month over month at during that time. So that was like the silver lining of us just being a global thing, and the global thing basically just being very effective for us. Some things locked down, and then some things basically started up, and that created basically an averaging effect. Um, cool. So now, in a gist, basically, we have a global audience. We are EBITDA profitable. What does EBITDA mean? EBITDA is basically earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Basically, that um, signifies the company's cash flows. We are currently a profitable firm, even post all the things that have happened, and us currently doing somewhere around $60 million in quarterly GMV. We are currently a profitable company. We're a very lean startup. We don't like to just throw bodies at a problem statement. We like to basically hire really good people and be lean and work smartly. We're basically leading travel recovery post COVID. uh, and yeah, we're basically in a state where we are currently growing exponentially. Cool. So, we've we've raised different rounds during the course of our time, and currently we're, you could say, like, we're a Series B company, and overall we have raised around more than, or around $55 million. um, and yeah, by end of next year, we plan to expand to at least around 150 cities around the world, and help people discover more of the world. Our offices are currently headquartered in in Bangalore with back offices in New York, Berlin, London, Barcelona, and even your home works as an office because we are hybrid in nature, and different teams have different hybridization mechanics, and engineering is remote first. So how does engineering at the rate head how does engineering look at head out? Um, well, this in a way could depict that it it sort of depicts that we um, we sort of like experimenting with different stacks out there, and you'll find a lot of different technologies that are powering head out. So the backend and infra side are powered by things like Java, Kotlin, Spring, Python, Django, Vertex, and that's just a few names to start off with. We follow a microservices architecture. We have public APIs. We have third-party API plugin abstractions. Things are Dockerized and containerized, and things are moving towards Kubernetes. Uh, we also have like fault-tolerant task offloading, which is something that we developed in-house. And things are powered by automations. You have monitoring systems using Prometheus and Grafana and CI, CD pipelines, a lot of RDBMS and different NoSQL flavors that we are using, and there are some serverless magic also happening behind the scenes. So on the web side of things, we've been one of the first e-commerce single page applications out there, which happened quite some time back. And with time, we have experimented out with different things and currently are using Next.js, React, Redux, TypeScript, Svelte, Node.js. Um, uh, Proudly, we've been early adopters of um, PWA, AMP, Next.js, React Native Web. React Native Web has been an interesting thing for us, whereby we are basically currently uh, creating ways of hybridizing apps and web so that we have like a singular code base, which I can talk about afterwards also. We have dynamic pages, edge caching. We have our own design language system, which is basically called Air, and also an internal web template engine that we use to create a lot of different pages dynamically on the fly, which can be hosted in different domains. On the app side, like the apps have been, featured on the Apple and Play Store several times, and currently, like we've been in a constant transition and experimenting out with things. Initially, we started out the apps on a native level, and then we, with time, figured out that native just involves a lot of resources because you have to build for different platforms. So why not just build just code once and have all the platforms running? So we gradually started shifting to React Native, and now we are basically taking that one step further and combining that with web because um, all mobile real estates can basically be run on the same design language and the same code base. And so we are currently transitioning and experimenting out with React Native Web, which can basically, have a similar code base for web and apps. We also use Swift and Kotlin on an MVVM basis. We have CI/CD, Fastlane and Jenkins, and one of the highest rated apps. And of course, like there are a lot of other things that we can also talk about the apps, which are basically not included on the site, but like that's like a gist of things. All right, cool. So, what's next? I already talked about the app first web hybridization part, which is basically something that is in progress and is going to be very iterative in nature. We've been working on on-demand environments whereby as we scale, we need our okay, like Headout is built with the thought process that the same system should be deployable on on local and on test and on production. Like the same system should be running on different places. Just with configuration changes. Now that's easier said than done, but that's some philosophy that we've been, striving for. And as we scale, we have the necessity to for anyone to be able to spin up the whole header a new environment for test, do whatever they need to do, and then spin it down. So that's basically what an on-demand environment is, and we've been working towards this. And sort of, this is one of the things that we've actually worked quite some, and like it's still on the finishing stage, but like something that's really exciting and will be more iterative as and as we keep on going. So yeah, like anyone can spin up the whole hideout environment and spin it down whenever they want on the local on some or some test instance. Recommendations and personalization via which we will use a lot of the data that we have throughout the years to personalize how listings come up, how feeds come up, what all notifications are sent, etc. Uh, Looking into micro front-end architecture, basically with time we have realized that there's a lot of growth that the React ecosystem creates in the way it works, and to have like a really seamless, fast, and modular mechanics of creating websites like micro front-end architecture is like a direction towards that. That's something that we're working with, and AR-based experiences like rather than just having physical experiences, why not augment them with AR and have your own custom-based experiences? This is like a very short list of some things, and there are like 10x more things that we're doing both on tech side and on product side. But like just this list of things that some exciting things to talk about. Cool. So let's meet the team. Obviously, like these are the people who make and create Hideout, and it's not limited to them. Like it's just a small part of the team. Like the current playing team is like 60 plus people. Um, but yeah, every one of them are like passionate builders. They are startup enthusiasts, very hungry for learning. In fact, like the whole of Hackout is being organized by them, and it's their fervor of hackathons and building things that has actually created this whole uh, medium in via which I am talking to you folks. They are experienced and hence like can be really good mentors, always experimenting out with things like to optimize things to the maximum, obviously balancing out business needs, and know how to have fun, and that is what we are doing currently. Cool. So these are some of the beliefs that uh, we had uh, sort of printed on our office wall. And like this is a photo of the wall. And some of the things that if I have to just go from that is like doers, rather than thinkers. Like we believe that it's just thinking about things. It's fine, but like doing the thing is more than just thinking about it. Be a hacker, hack things out, experiment out with things. Don't be afraid to fail. Make impact. Do like do things that make impact and not just create processes. Uh, Create mechanics via which you can infer things and work towards things using data. Uh, your team is greater than you, so like teamwork is greater than not just working in silos. And yeah, some of the things, thought processes that we have in our culture. So how does the engineering culture look like? Again, this is one the a photo from one of our previous offices. Um, so these are the basic ethos that we have. That, we are very language and framework agnostic, so we believe that every language and every framework out there has its own pros and cons, and you should pick up the things uh, depending upon their pros and cons and their use cases. So you will, which is why you would find like us, our systems using a plethora of different languages and frameworks depending upon what the use cases are. Um, we believe in an exponential learning curve, and we create an environment where uh, people get the opportunities to grow and learn. We like to be fast and experimental, so experiment out with things, build out things. Well, not only in a like a fast manner, but like fast from a perspective of build, iterate, build, see what works and then iterate uh, own and execute stuff. So we want people to come in and be owners of different modules, products, projects, and just take ownership and execute on those things. We aim a lot for optimization and automation. We have very sort of like a flexible culture from a timings perspective, from a location perspective, and yeah, we just try to hire the best people out there. So whoever is at Hackout gets the chance to go to the best. All right. So how does you know how do we go about the whole growth and learning thing? So we have quite some we strive to do quite some things that we do same. So we have something called as Fridays, which is something that we do every Friday, where the team just gathers around and takes sessions on things, either on something that they would have built, and it's very interesting, or they would have read about something which they want to talk about, something that they might think might be useful for us to include. Just take sessions on interesting things on tech. We have product showcases in which quarterly, whatever things we have built on the product level are showcased to the whole company, and just one flow communication happen on that. We have something called as Head Out University, whereby internal company level sessions are taken to for people to know different things of how things are working on different parts of the company, not only tech, but it could be across marketing, operations, finance, etc. etc. We like doing hackathons, and like we have two flavors of hackathons. One is Hackin, which is an internal hackathon. One is Hackout, which is an external hackathon, and like what is the Hackout going out, and and yeah, so like that's pretty fun. We have an internal blog. We have like the online courses like people can take up, which can be then reimbursed. We um, sort of subsidize, not subsidize, but basically take care of your conference and meet up ticket requirements, and if you're basically taking off like your whole commute and stay for the conference is also taken care of. And yeah, we also like to just do the cool gadgets. Cool. So we also do a lot of we like to be very culturally active. So how do we go on doing that? Like we have something called as Routing, which is like a yearly sort of like a company fest in which the whole company basically travels to some location, and there are company level sessions and activities and a lot of interesting parties. So that's a lot of fun. We have quarterly meetups and vacations. We have quarterly meetups and vacations. This started off post COVID once we started going hybrid, because working remote has its own benefits, but working in proximity also has its own benefits. So we wanted the whole team to meet up on a quarterly level. So every quarter, different teams will organize their own meetups and vacations. Because the team will come in 2 weeks and work together, either in the office or we have. these socials whereby people can just come up and do things on a remote meetup. Um, we have a lot of arrangements for activities, for interesting activities and mental fitness. Like we have a partnership with online who keep on taking these sessions. And people who want to even talk to therapists and stuff can actually go and just schedule a meet with them. We actively celebrate, you know, things that need celebrations like birthdays, like anniversaries, etc. We have different channels for gaming after hours. Could be Call of Duty, could be poker, and yeah, like we strive for people to take care of their fitness goals. Cool. So I think like the this was a lot of cool stuff. So what's more? Uh, so as I basically told, like we are like we work in a hybrid manner, and we decide how hybrid we want to work. So we're sort of like on our work from anywhere sort of thought process. So this is an actual image of someone from the company who just showed their work. And this is in Hong Kong. Uh, so yeah, it's just testament of that we are remote first nature, and that brings a lot of benefits because that lets you basically hire from anywhere, and the talent pool uh, uh, expands just increases exponentially for you. So as long as your processes can work in a way to enable you to work remotely, which is something that COVID sort of forced a lot of people and a lot of companies to get into. As long as your processes can pull and process your main way, I think like working from anywhere is actually a much better way to work and a much better way to actually even get your hands on more talent pool around the world. And this is now enabling us to actually also start hiring internationally. And when I say hiring internationally, it also means like we already have people internationally from different teams, but not that much in engineering. Now engineering is also expanding. Um, so we we have a platform structure. So what that basically means is obviously you have some hierarchy. Try those hierarchies to be not too much on a depth level of a tree, and like anyone can talk to anyone. Like anyone, an intern or a fresher can come to me or go to one who's my CEO and just brainstorm on things, talk about feedback, etc., etc. So the whole like we strive for communication to be very free flowing and very two-way or multiple. By the way, all of these images that you are seeing are images that are either of people from Headout. These these images are not some stock images. These are all images from either Headout's office or people who have uh, who are Headouters or have been Headouters. Have a rewarding culture, so like we yearn for people to work hard and to own things. And if people are are being good at their job or are doing a lot of extra things that we are making impact, we don't mind rewarding them a lot for that. And reward could be in the form of monetary level, in the form of kudos, in the form of bonuses, jobs, etc., etc. Right? So yeah, like we want people to create impactful things, but and when people do that, we really like to reward them for that. And yeah, so Headout is basically a very global team. This is an image from Headouting, which I believe was in Goa. product, and yeah, we are now expanding even more outside and India. Uh, so that's it from my end. This again another image from headouting and a lot of headouters. Like currently, the count of headouters have increased even more. Um, so yeah, well, it's been a pleasure talking to you folks, and over to you, Priyanka.
Thanks a lot for that. Very insightful, even being inside the organization. I think it's always good to have a refresher of who we are, why we exist, and what we wish to accomplish. Um, I have a curious question that I often get from, traveling to universities, which is being the CTO of the organization and someone who has spent so much time with us, what, in your opinion, would be the reason for freshers to look at head out as one of those options which can be their career altering move or could be the best career starter for you?
Um, Good question. Like, there are a lot of things to consider, and I think that basically goes back to the ethos slide that we had.
Right.
I think any fresher who is coming out and starting their career, they would want to join a place which basically gives them the opportunity to grow and learn a lot in a probably in an exponential manner, gives them the opportunity to experiment out with different things, and has a culture whereby they get to learn what works, what doesn't work, what are the mechanics of going through those thought processes, working with a team which is actually working on a global product, and the outreach is not only in India but on a global level. And yeah, like getting an opportunity to work with the best, getting the opportunity to actually go ahead and organize such hackathons, and just being in an environment which is very experimentative in nature. So I think like uh, that's the direction that any fresher who is curious to learn and wants to get their hands dirty with should possibly take. And head out basically enables that in a very beautiful manner.
That I'm sure helps students a lot, and I think this is one of the places where they really start to see the difference of within the organizations, is this the right one to choose? And I think this should help them answer why head out is the right option for them to experiment, test the waters of what a professional journey can look like. So yeah, on that note, I think we have covered a lot about what head out is all about, and we would love to move uh, ahead into our speaker sessions. And we have someone really accomplished and celebrated within the engineering professional fraternity, Jitendra Agrawal, who would be joining us today. Jitendra is an alumnus of IIT Bombay, and he is ex-VP Engineering of Hotstar. He is currently the global CTO at Cars 24. Jitendra has extensive SME and building high-scale streaming systems, and will be sharing his POV on how to show live scorecards to global audience today. Hi, Jitendra. Welcome to Hackout.
Hi everyone. Priyanka, thanks
Hello.
for this amazing intro. Yeah, overwhelming. How do I present my screen?
There's just this arrow right below
All
your
right.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, it'll share the right screen. Okay. Are you seeing the right screen? I don't know if does it say let's start
I don't.
cricket?
Yep, we do. And as Vikram said, right, head out is all about experimenting. So it didn't matter if
All
you would
right.
have gone to
Let's
the
see.
wrong screen to begin with. All right. Over to you, Jitendra. I'll go on mute.
Cool. All right. Let's talk about cricket, folks. Um, if can I get a response from the audience by any chance? No, I guess not. I'll stick to a scorecard. I know it's very tempting to talk about how to do streaming. And I'm sorry, I'm not able to present. But I'll stick to how we look at scorecard and deliver it to millions of people when a cricket match is going on, and people keep coming in and going back. It seems like a very small problem. I'll look at some intricacies and see what kind of optimizations you can do, and with a disclaimer that don't optimize unless you have to. Um, yeah, this is a bit about me. People call me Jeet. I'm on Twitter, Jitain. I also blog, and I've been running this hashtag called Jeet. Enough about me. Let's go to cricket scorecard. So I took this screenshot from the match that was happening in the morning, New Zealand versus Pakistan. This is a T20 match that's going on. This is what a scorecard looks like. It has the team names. It has who are the batsmen or batters now or bowlers. A whole lot of stuff. I made a mind map. It is not comprehensive. You have team names, player names, batter stats, you have runs, balls, force, sixes, strike rate. Bowlers, you have again overs, maidens, and of course about the innings. So many runs, so many wickets, needs X many runs to win. All of this exists today, and this is pretty big. And then you have other views. That is, if you look at, I'll call it summary or mini scorecard. This just has what team names, match name, probably location, which I missed in the, and then what happened in each inning, runs, wickets, and how many balls are needed. Um, that's it. That's what a scorecard looks like, right? So let me recap. This is what a big scorecard looks like. A small scorecard looks like. Okay. And if you were to design a simple scorecard service, this is what it'll look like, right? It'll have maybe a score admin where somebody would enter, okay, this happened on this ball, this happened on this ball, this happened on this ball. And then it'll probably get stored into a database. And another service will pick it up. I'm assuming you will use what is called CQRS pattern. That is, one set of services are supposed to write, another set of services are supposed to consume and generate different projection. One projection is this, another projection is this, right? And then the mobile client will be talking to this score service, and that's how we'll see the score. Now there are two ways to deliver this score. Um, the web or mobile client can be connected to the score service on a persistent connection. And if there are people who have done server-side socket programming, you would know that there's a persistent connection, very hard to maintain. Maybe a machine can do without a whole lot of optimizations can do 10k or 16k odd connections. People have gotten to a couple of millions now, but even if you spend some time tuning your kernel and program, probably you'll be able to get to 250k connections. So it'll be very difficult for somebody to deliver a scorecard, a live scorecard to somebody with persistent connections. It's a very costly proposition. You will have to maintain, let's say you each machine can do 200k connections. So for 2 million people, you would need 10 such machines that are active throughout. And um, there is a simpler way, knowing that each ball is just, um, it takes 45 odd seconds, and overtakes 4.5 minutes. Over for 6 balls takes that many minutes. Each ball is 45 odd seconds, unless you are Ravindra Jadeja who can bowl like every 15, 25 seconds. Um, so you can choose to refresh every 10 seconds or 20 seconds, and you would still get decently fast um, scorecard, and it'll be much cheaper because then you can use a CDN as well, and you can say admin stores in scorecard, but also probably stores a file on S3 or a CDN or some machine. That's it. Nothing else to be done. And the scorecard service can, you can choose to keep it or you can choose to eliminate it. The web or mobile clients can simply talk to CDNs, and every 10 seconds they can refresh the scorecard, and you don't have to actually run this service. The scorecard service is not even needed. Let's look at what a scorecard would look like. This is what a typical scorecard may look like. I just converted the same JSON that the data that I had in the scorecard here to JSON. It's not perfect, and you can do a whole lot of things, but there is a match with name, some ID, whether it's live or not, so that you can show this small dot saying it's a live match. Which are the teams and what are the innings score that are going on? You would have this is for the small scorecard that I showed here. A very simple, larger JSON can be used for this bigger one as well. And you would have a target, these many runs, these many balls, this much total to be chased. Let me show this to you again. Right? Pakistan needs 105 runs and 61 balls. This is exactly what is needed, right? Now, if I use this 500 bytes, I'll spend some money. If I just convert this 500 bytes and remove all the white space, it will be at 307 bytes. It's nearly half. That's all it did. Nothing is lost. No information. Okay. And if I gzip this mini file, then it goes to 204 bytes. We have whatever cost will be there and will come to cost. We have reduced it to half. What it looks like. I think basic questions. There may be mistakes here, but let's say has 100 odd matches. There are probably more. Um, Duration is 4 hours. It's probably 6 hours because people come in early and then leave later, and there are breaks and stuff. My apologies for the typo there. Duration in seconds is 14,400 seconds. If we are refreshing every 10 seconds, so 100. So basically, what we are saying is every 10 seconds gets refreshed. So total in 4 hours, 1400 times every client that is connected to you will make a call. And we had seen the scorecard is around 5 bytes. It was 530. I'm being generous. And average concurrency, let's keep it 20 lakhs. I know people go in crores very frequently. The maximum that I have seen is that 25 crores. Um, my bad, 2.5 crores, right? Let's assume 20 because when the match starts, not as many people are watching, and let's say all matches are not as big unless Dhoni is playing, stuff like that. So this is the huge number. I don't know how to pronounce this. That's the number of bytes transferred. It comes out to 134K in GB. Assuming you have a very, very good rate and relation with one of these CDNs and service providers, AWS kind of thing, uh, you are paying close to $6,700 just for data transfer. It does not include anything else. I'm not assuming any services, servers running, and I'm underplaying everything. Number of hours it runs, number of matches, how frequently do you refresh, what is the concurrency, and if you go back to this, right, you can half this by not really using any special engineering, and that's my message to you guys that as engineers we should be aware of our costs, we should be aware of alternative options, and we should be aware of quick wins. At the same time, we should also know that hey, we don't need to optimize and over optimize. If I'm running a very small website that has started doing cricket just a year ago, I don't even serve say 100 matches, I don't have 20 lakh people online continuously, then this cost will probably be in hundreds, and I'm okay actually running just this process. I would still recommend minifying and Jesus. It's like just leaving money on the table. right? But you can go further if your costs are huge. If you have 200 matches and you also do some ODI matches that run for 8 hours, um, and let's say you refresh every 5 seconds instead of every 10 seconds. And I said that scorecard bytes is 500, but that's for the mini scorecard. This scorecard will be significantly bigger. This scorecard, delivering this scorecard would probably be uh, at least 30 40K USD, if not more. You guys can do your calculations. And that's where, if cost optimization and if how fast the scorecard can be downloaded becomes an issue, you can do some more engineering, apply your mind. So something that I did first time in 1999, we were running this website called Click Live, and we realized every ball, with every single ball, just one parameter changes. Let's say the ball and one run happened. What will happen? ID remains same. Runs will go to 153. Wickets will remain same. Overs will go to 18.2. It was 18.1 earlier. And targets will also change. Runs will become 10 and balls will become 100. So we have gone from a 500 payload to sending divs, which could be 158 bytes. And if we minify, it'll become, that is just removing all spaces, will become 89 bytes. If you gzip, it becomes, be aware of this, that if you gzip very small files and small payloads, you might actually be increasing your size. And let's say you go one step further, and let's say you replace score with S and ID with I and runs with R. This whole information becomes 59 bytes. So we've gone from this cost of $6,700 to potentially $600 odd. And for this, if the cost is say at least 5 or maybe 10x of the normal scorecard, rather than spending 50 to 60K, uh, will come down to 6 to 7K USD. And that's my message for everyone who's attending and participating in the hackathon, that engineering is fun. Something as simple as the scorecard, um, and some might actually look at a scorecard and say it's not fun. I just have a service, or maybe you're running this version. I have a service, no scale. I just write stuff. I just write a file on CDN every time people who are doing scoring make a change. Um, and you can say, yeah, there's no skill here. My service is not under fire. If it goes down, nothing happens. That's how you should actually design services. If it goes down, is there a backup? And you can choose to do this level of optimizations, and then you can go even further and another level of optimization. I have seen my teams doing, translating all of this to flat buffers or autobuffs. That's even more smaller and also easier to parse for mobiles and for backend. Um, that's my message. One, something as simple as scorecard can have a lot of good engineering. You can learn a lot. Something as simple as a scorecard done at scale would spend a lot of money. And as engineers, we should be aware of economics. I'm assuming your college taught you economics when as a subject. And then you can go wild and do a whole lot of good stuff. That's what engineering is. Again, you can connect with me. I'm on Twitter and LinkedIn, and I blog regularly. Yeah, that's it from my side. Happy to take questions. Happy to take um, anything that you have. Yeah, you can type your messages on Restream.
Hey, Janand, that was really, really captivating of a talk, and it was truly an insightful session. I'm not a techie myself. I'm from the talent acquisition space, and yet was able to associate with every bit of the session. And I'm sure same as the case with our audience. I think purely because we as a nation do not look at cricket as a sport, right? It's a religion to us. So
Yeah,
so I think
definitely.
the whole sentiment of coupling it up with cricket, which is our religion, made the talk really, really captivating, and I could enjoy it thoroughly. I'm sure so did so did our audience. And before that, we move on to very specific questions around your topic. Again, something that I personally wanted to capture from a POV of students who are on campus right now and who are watching you live at the moment, or from the campuses we are physically available on, which is Triple IT Allahabad and IIT BHU.
Mhm.
For freshers, I think it's a really important thing to understand while they are going through their, uh, initial years of college, which is the right direction that they should be moving in, right? Like they've got into the best of the best schools in the country. They know they're getting the right education, but how can they be sure that they're moving towards the right you know right technology, if they're learning the right skills which will land them the job of their dream, which will give them a fulfilling or enriching career? So you as a leader, what do you have to recommend for them?
Frankly, it is a highly personal decision. I have seen
True.
people opting for startups where they feel, hey, this startup has the maximum chance of succeeding. And this is a rocket ship. I want to be part of this.
Hmm.
Totally a good way to assess. I have also seen people saying, this is the best brand. I want to start my career with the best brand. I will get to learn and work with the best of people, and then someday I'll probably do a startup or I'll move to other brands. But there is nothing wrong, frankly, in choosing that. And then I've seen people who say, you know what, I would just uh, join a company that pays me the maximum amount of money, and there is nothing wrong with that either.
True.
My advice is, once you have joined these companies, continue to do your best and continue to learn. If you join a company and you join it because you have gone to a good college, you have done something, and then you're not learning much in the company, 2 years later, company will say, you know what, I can just hire another fresher instead of continuing with this person. So instead of, I would
Yeah.
say, this choosing the right company to work for, startups, big companies, money, look at IPO, all of these are good options. Nothing, nothing wrong. I don't want to judge people. I have chosen to work in a different way. Doesn't mean I get everybody to work in the same way. Once you enter,
Right.
once you enter, please don't be like, okay, now I have, life is set. Unfortunately, a lot of people keep telling students that once you get a job, your life is set. You have to continue to learn. You have to continue to problem solve. You have to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy problem solving, then tech world will not treat you well in 5, 10 years.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think that remains to be very true. And as you said, right, that there's no right or wrong decision over here in terms of what you want to pursue. It has to be a mix of your passion, and you need to feel that you're fairly compensated for it. So, no harm chasing the money over there either. But, Janine, a related topic around this is a lot of students right now, or even professionals in the industry, are feeling extremely at risk to consider startups because of the recession that the economy is going through. And I think a lot of people are missing out on great opportunities just because they're not sure or not fully aware. What's your take on it?
Everybody has a different risk appetite. Sorry, my answer is not probably what you want it to be. Everybody has a different risk appetite. If you have the risk appetite, if your parents believe it's okay for you to not earn a lot of money for next 2 years or 3 years, you don't have to send money home. I would say startups are fun. I'm biased, but I would say startups are fun. There is a lot to learn. You learn more than just coding.
Yep.
But if you don't have the risk appetite, or if you want to work with big brands, or if you want to make sure, hey, for first 5 years, you work somewhere, establish yourself, and then do your own startup, all of these paths are okay. Yeah, I would encourage people to look at startups with this caveat that most startups die. So the fear in people's mind that there is no stability, it's not it's not recent. It has always been there, and you know, it's not unfair to say, hey, most startups die, because they do. I have four dead startups behind me. I started them, worked very hard, probably harder than I ever worked later. None of them succeeded. Big deal. I learned a lot.
But then, yeah, I guess that's the right way to look at it, right? Even if they fail, it does not essentially mean it will doom your career, because that's what most people are scared of. What if the startup comes to an end? What will happen to my own individual career? I think
If you are
that,
learning, if you're
yeah,
learning, if you are doing a good job, the industry is is sitting here waiting for people who have startup experience, who are founders, founding members, early team members in startups. Uh, at least most startups would be very happy to absorb these people, because they've shown some risk appetite. They've shown that they don't mind working with some risk, working with some ambiguity, because startups are ambiguous, right?
true.
You're doing more than what you would do if you join a larger company. And again, disclaimer: I'm highly biased towards startups. So if you join a larger company, you're given some task, and I've also seen people saying, do this. Everything else is done by somebody else. In startup, you're like, oh, you want to do this too? Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and do the whole thing. Yeah. So there
Yeah,
is a
I
risk,
think
but I would say, yeah, there are more stories to tell after 5 years, 10 years, maybe, maybe
true.
that works for some people.
Very true. I think it just gives you a more all-rounded experience.
Yeah,
Yeah, I need to start evaluating if I'm getting biased towards startup myself, but yeah,
I am.
completely aligned with you, G.
So I've only worked with
Uh,
startups or pseudo startups, that is larger companies
mhm.
telling me, hey, this runs like a startup, and yeah, so I would say I've only worked with startups.
Fair. Okay. Janine, these were some of the questions that I had on behalf of the larger audience who would want to get bigger answers. But I think we have some very specific questions to the session that you took today, and all of those are available on the YouTube comments. Would you want to like handpick some and answer?
I don't have the YouTube link. I have one question from Vikramjeet Singh, that's our Hackout CTO. What all
Right.
technologies power this? Um, I have done this in Python. I have done this in C++, and I have done this in Java. So the technology is kind of irrelevant. Okay, and Golang as well. We ported some parts to Golang for one of the part services within Scorecard. There were time when this front end was Java applets, so probably too long ago, but Java applets are dead. Uh, Most of it was backend was I've used multiple languages across multiple companies, and all of them seem to work. All right. What tips would you give to a fresher who has just entered the tech world? I think I gave just tip
Yeah.
already. Keep learning and keep building stuff. Learn what you're working on. Like, become the best at that. Become the go-to person if you can. Really like the optimization shows. Thank you. How does Broadly work as compared to gzip? I haven't compared Broadly for JSON payloads. Broadly does a good job if I'm compressing JavaScript, CSS, or HTML. Maybe I'll run some experiments and see if Broadly is faster. gzip minus 9 works really, really well. That's from Rohan. Okay, given we are designing this as simple as possible, brainstorming on optimization, should we equally consider brainstorming on tech stack that we are planning to use? For sure, Raj, there are a whole lot of religions around each tech stack. I would recommend doing it, but I would also recommend time boxing it because, as I said, most stacks work for a whole lot of problems. So, for example, I would say Java, Spring Boot, one of the most boring stack for startup world. It works at good scale. It works for enterprise. It has good security. Everything is there. Nobody talks about it. No meetups for Java Spring Boot. Ruby on Rails. Some of the largest startups use Ruby on Rails. It is slower than Java, but it is much faster to code and build services. So I would say, yeah, spend some time on tech stack, look at what you are optimizing for. Um, Lately, I've seen people optimizing for developer experience over cost and stuff because developers are costlier than cloud goes for most people. All right. Uh, yeah, considering we might have to scale as well in a few months, years, that is interesting. I actually don't recommend designing for large scale immediately. In a way, I liked Twitter engineering where it kept failing and we kept seeing fail whale. That meant they only just optimized for next scale and then they were growing exponentially. So probably go till 6 months. Beyond that, it becomes very tricky. So in fact, for people who haven't hit PMF, I would say go with what is fastest for you to develop. And sometimes it's fastest for you to develop because you already have team members who know that stack. Unfortunately, that means you will work on a stack that's not considered as cool. Uh, but if you manage to develop this faster and well, and then you have a chance of getting that scale. And porting is easy if you know exactly what is to be built. Porting is easy. If you don't know what is to be built, then there is a problem. All right. I myself can say startups are very fun. That's from Shivam. You never know what you're gonna do the next hour. Sometimes it's fun to be spontaneous. That's also true. Good point, Shivam. Are there other questions that I can find on YouTube?
Yep, yep. We
I
do we do have one that I could spot. So our audience is curious to understand what is it like being the tech brains for Cars 24 and what are the some of what are some of the most challenging engineering opportunities that you guys are working on at the moment?
I would say uh, last year has all been about how can we launch these 6 countries with completely different business models, completely different customers, completely different type of cars. For example, we sell Aston Martin, Maserati in UAE, whereas most of our, um, I would say at least 60% of our cars here are probably made by Maruti and Hyundai. That's it, right? Completely different cars. In Australia, people would pay 35k Australian dollars and buy the car as if they were buying from Amazon, and they see the car for the first time when we deliver it. We don't deliver with helicopter. We deliver normally with a truck. Helicopter was just a stunt. I recommend looking at it. It was fun. In India, people would want to look at the car, do a test drive, only then say yes, I'm willing to pay the whole amount. Completely different businesses, completely different customers, one single tech team. We tried to see if the tech stack can be common all across. It's not easy. We ended up saying, okay, some services are common, they don't vary between different countries. And then there are customer facing services and apps and websites that are different for every single country. In fact, if you go to cars24.com.au, the design language itself is completely different versus if you go to Thailand, the design language is, and the language also is different for sure. Because each country has, considers different designs to be better. Um, so yeah, mostly it has been how do we not take a whole lot of tech debt while not blocking the business?
Makes ton of sense. I
Very
think in
interesting,
head.
very interesting challenges. Uh, Reusability of code, reusability of services. How do you make
Mhm.
sure, uh, how do you draw this line of which becomes a microservice, which two microservices get combined? How when do we decide which gets broken? Uh, which could be common across three countries and is just different in one. All of these are interesting, very interesting software engineering challenges.
Awesome.
Think that that answer
Um,
your question? Yeah.
yep, you did, and that made me think. How Head Out kind of continues to deal with this delta every time we're talking about a new geography. It's language for us mostly that comes into play,
Okay.
and
Hmm.
yeah, I can really see the team working very hard to make sure our systems do not break as we scale in such a huge quantum. So can relate it to a large part. And I hope that, I'm sure that kind of answers all the questions that we had for you from our audience. Once again, Jeet, it was truly lovely having you. It was a very insightful session. I'm glad people can go back to this live stream and listen to it in their own time. I'm sure they'll be able to take a lot to learn from it and the technologies that they can learn more about. So thanks a lot for doing this for us today and our audience.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thanks, Priyanka. Everyone, bye bye.
Bye. You have a good day. All right, everyone. That was Jeet. And we are hoping that this particular session has just amped up your interest a notch more. I'm just going to take a quick moment to check with our team. We had a little surprise coming from one of our campuses for you if we are ready to go live with it. Just give me a moment. All right, everyone, we are back and we do have our little surprise ready for you. So we're very excited to be on campuses of Triple IT Allahabad and IIT BHU. At the moment, we have Somesh and our other engineering team members available on IT, Triple IT Allahabad, who would be going live just in a few seconds. Here we are. Hi, Somesh. All right, guys, here's a live sneak peek of what we are up to at Triple IT Allahabad. Somesh, what's happening out there? By the way, guys, that's the cool t-shirt our design team has made. Okay, looks like we have slight technical glitch and I've lost Somesh at the moment, but we should be back on very soon. We have Somesh and team back live with us. Hey Somesh, ready to take it on from here? Somesh, not sure what's wrong. We are still unable to hear you or anyone from the Triple IT Allahabad team.
Yeah, Priyanka, you're audible.
Hey Somesh, yep. Now I can hear you. Would you want to take over the session from here and give us a sneak peek of what's
Sumesh,
happening at Triple
not
IT
sure what's
Allahabad?
wrong. We are still unable to hear you.
Okay, it seems like
Cool.
our
Hey,
bandwidth
Sumesh,
at
yeah.
Triple IT
Now I
is
hear you.
low.
Would you want to take over the session from here? Seems like
Uh, all right, to all of our audience, I think we're gonna need another minute to figure out internet. But I just got a response from Somesh and they seem good to be live. So over to you, Somesh.
In offensive fashion. So in Note 6, it was held in Bangalore, which was held somewhere in near Indranagar area. That was 48 hours hackathon and was mainly powered by uh, not really. It was powered by folks and teams where we met a bunch of a lot of people. There were more than around 150 to 200 teams, and this it was open. Type racer, there was trivia, there was meme competition, there was some joke competition, there was some fact competition. I don't remember everything exactly, but yeah, it was like a continuous stream of thrill all around the 24 to 48 hours. So yeah, that was my experience in Out 6 regarding the that we had. what happens in the internal hackathon of Headout. So Headout has started a stream of conducting internal hackathons that is conducted within the team. So Hackout is something that we conduct for students, but there is another hackathon called Hack In that we conduct for the team of Headout, wherein we build some crazy tool or other that we may or may not incorporate in Headout as a product itself. So let's say if you join Headout in the future and you're part of the engineering team or any other team, it's something that will be forever on Headout's product as a whole. So we head out to encourage new ideas, new technologies, and uh, team building exercises that we do at Head Out. I guess not. Priyanka, that was it from our side. That is it that I had to say. We had nothing here.
Thanks, Amish. All right, so looks like we are covered now from Triple IT Allahabad, and it's really good to see such an overwhelming audience over there. I hope everyone is loving our giveaway, Somesh. I love the t-shirt you're wearing. Hoping to get one myself very soon, but I hope our students are loving the giveaways as well. Okay. All right. So we would, we will say hi to
Yeah,
Triple IT.
Priyanka, I feel same.
Somesh, I think there's a bit of a lag again. All right, guys. It did seem that we have some issues with the bandwidth at Triple IT. Hey, Somesh, can you hear me now? All right, guys. Looks like Triple IT now is definitely done in terms of live streaming from the campus. I'm just going to take a quick check on if Sham, who is our next speaker, is ready to take on the session from here. So just allow me a quick moment and I'll be back shortly. Thank you. All right, everyone. So we're back after the short break, and we are ready to introduce you to our next speaker. During our next session, you would be meeting one of the technical experts who happens to be a luminous of the oldest IITs in the country, IIT KGP. So please welcome with me Sham Krishna, who is going to be live for another 30 to 40 minutes with us. Sham is an experienced principal software engineer with Mainstream, and over the years, Sham has demonstrated an impeccable track record of working in information technology and services industry. So I'll pass on the baton to Sham to throw some light on his session today, which is Redis Basics and Scaling. Over to you, Sham.
Hello.
Hey, hi, how are you today?
Hey, Priyanka. Hi. Thanks
Hi.
for the introduction. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good too.
Hey, hi.
So yeah, we are good to pass on the baton to you. If you want to quickly test out if your presentation is working fine, I'll be happy to tell you that.
Sure, sure. Let me try sharing my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep, we can.
Uh, just give me 1 minute. Yeah, let me do a full screen share.
All right. We look fully set up, so over to you, Sham.
Sorry, Priyanka. Okay. Can you guys see my slides?
Yeah, we can.
Hey. Okay. I would like to start with some thanks to Charles for inviting me onto the stage and to the Headout team. This is, I think, it's a really good platform for connecting with most of the young folks. Uh, yeah. Okay. So today I would like to talk more about Redis, and I would like to cover more on the basics and how do we scale Redis clusters and the basic features and the key factors that we look at whenever we evaluate using Redis for any of the engineering solutions. Okay. Do interrupt me in case if you have any.
For the moment, we'll just try to look at it and get back to you guys just in a jiffy.
Hello.
Hey, Sham, we're happy to have you back. I hope everything is set up.
Yeah. Sorry, there are some internet issues from my end. I apologize
No
for that.
worries, happens all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the weather is helping either. So,
Oh, believe me,
sorry
I've
about the delay.
had quite an interesting evening yesterday with the weather here. So, internet is the
Oh, is it?
least of our difficulties.
Okay. Cool. You
All
can
right,
hear me
back to
clearly, right?
absolutely. Do you want to share your screen and test out the bandwidth once again?
Yeah. Let me switch off my video just to have some
Sure,
added
that works well.
advantage. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet, but I'm sure it would load soon. Yeah, it's there now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how much when the internet was exactly lost is going on with the presentation. Priyanka, do interrupt me in case if
Yeah,
you have any trouble with the audio.
absolutely. Absolutely. Sham, I think we should begin from the beginning. We could not
Okay.
really, catch up with your session last time. I think we lost you pretty early on.
Sure. Sure. Okay. No problem. I'll
Yeah,
start from the
awesome.
beginning again.
Yeah,
Hi everyone. So I would like to talk more about Redis, the basics and the how we scale it, and some of the fundamental properties of Redis, which are defining for deciding whether to use it in any of the engineering use cases. So that is what I would like to cover in this session. Redis, to start with, it's a in-memory database, unlike most of the traditional databases that you come across, right? Like the MySQL or Postgres or Mongo or any other database. So they are generally accessed via disk, and most of the data storage is will be in disk because it deals with the large volume of data, right? So the problem is one of the problems is the disk read writes are more costlier compared to the memory read writes, and the memory read writes are generally expected to be like 50x or 100x faster than disk read writes. So some of the things that are highly accessed widely in your system would generally it is good to it has a lot of advantage to keep it in memory, and most of the database also provide caching in memory. And Redis is on the hindsight on a note. This is actually a database which is built in memory. It doesn't ideally. I mean, the initial versions of Redis did not have a disk storage at all. In the recent versions, they are trying out few things with the persistence, which I'll explain more in the coming slides. So it's a database in memory. So most of the data that you're reading, writing, so will be stored within memory. So that means whenever there is a system reboot or crash, your data is kind of gone, and you have to kind of start from the scratch again. So that is one of the reasons why most people tend to use it for caching solution. So for as a simple example, let me talk about this user data. Like generally you have any system, right? You try to store user information like the first name, last name, email ID, and so on, and the user ID and other details. So these details are generally tend to be accessed for each and every request, right? Or for that example, authorization keys, they have to be validated almost for every request. So these are obviously we can use a MySQL or any database here, and it is needed to use it for transactions. But generally, how caching helps is it kind of offloads the load from the database to the cache. So whenever the application has to read, it will read it from the cache and before actually going to the database. So most of the load going to the database can actually be offloaded to this database. So that's how Redis is more popular. Uh, Also, Redis supports this PubSub model, which is a good fit for using it as a message broker, where the clients can register with Redis, and they can publish and subscribe to topics within Redis. Okay. Yeah, that is. I think at a high overview, this is what Redis is. If you have any questions, do interrupt me in between. Okay. So yeah, this is so Redis is mainly a key value store, meaning you don't generally in RDBMS, right? You deal with tables, columns, and rows, right? So Redis kind of works as a key value. It's basically like, let's say you have user hyphen some user ID, right? So 1, 2, 3, and that will be your key, and against that you can store a user object. with your like a JSON object you can store, so that it's completely accessible with the key. So you don't actually run queries across all the keys. I mean, there are pattern matches and other stuff. But you, in a very traditional manner, you tend to use it access and read and write based on a key. Against a key, you can actually store a value. Okay. So I'll talk more about the data structures that this value object can support, and that is one of the most one of the most advantage that most people look for Redis. I mean, that's one of the factors which people like to use Redis for. And so Redis is generally a single threaded application. So you have only one thread which will kind of do your reads and writes. So one of the advantages is this kind of automatically gives you atomicity, because within a node, right, within a node or a database, within a node, all your operations are done by a single thread, right? So that means there is no possibility of concurrency involved. Although Redis provides some RW locks and all, but in general, in a native read write, generally most of the things are atomic and non-interfering. So that is kind of possible because of the single-threaded application. This has some disadvantages because you're like, even though independent of how many cores you have, you always be using only single core, right? Because your application is a single-threaded application. Uh, but this provides a much needed atomicity, and it eliminates a lot of application level handling, because you assume things are non-interfering, so you don't have to worry about the lock isolations and other stuff. So yeah, since this is accessed by a key value, right? So most of the commands are O of one. I mean, all of the native commands are O of one, and like you can always write some Lua scripts to execute some kind of logic. But outside of that, most of the traditional commands that Redis provides are O of one complexity. Okay. Any questions? I hope. Sorry, Priyanka, you can still hear me, right? Hello. Hello.
Sham, we can hear you.
Hello. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. Sure. Yeah. If there are any questions, please do interrupt me. Yeah. So next is the supported data structures. So these are mainly by default, since it is a key value pair, your expectations, it would be supporting strings. So generally you have an integer or any counters or these kind of stuff we store. And so it also uses a hash table, which is basically, in a way, it's like a map, just like how you have hash map in Java, right? So you have a key value pair within a key value pair. So yeah, that is another data structure. So these are all data types of the value object. Although your key is a singular string, your value could be as sophisticated as possible, and the default one is a string, and you have a hash. You can also store a list, set of items, and a hash is kind of the map. So this three covers the most fundamental data structures that you widely use. And one of the most interesting things that I like is the sorted set. So this is very quite useful actually. So if you have to implement something like this out of the box in the application, it is quite complicated. Redis provide this kind of inbox within by default actually. So there are some more sophisticated data structures around this. There is a scored sorted set. So one of the things is, so within the map, it can actually, like you can define a limit to the number of items you're going to store in the, store within the map. So let's say you say that against a key, you can store maximum 5 values, right? As a map object. So it will automatically evict the older keys and other stuff. And apart from this, these are stored in a sorted set. I think this is similar to one of the tree maps. I think tree map is a good data structure that this can be related to. Yeah, and I think there are geospatial index which are basically used for this map queries and location related queries. Get me everything within 5 kilometers or 1 kilometer and so on. And there is a hyper log, which is basically like if you have to do some kind of count queries, right? So you don't instead of actually like if you're dealing with millions of records, you don't it's not it's more easier to actually get an estimate because you don't actually need a absolute values in most of the times. So hyper log is another algorithm, you can say, which should give a probabilistic estimate of how many items are there within a set. Okay. Yeah, these are roughly the data structures, and there are more, but this is what mainly that I used. Okay. So yeah, this is the interesting part. I think the persistence, right? So as I mentioned initially, Redis is an in-memory database. So one of the key advantages that most people tend to use Redis is because it's a in-memory. Your reads and writes are super fast actually compared to any traditional database. The benchmarks for Redis is extremely high, and the reason is very simple: it's in memory. But Now basically the next question would be, why not use Redis for everything? People don't tend to do that. For one of the reasons is since it is in memory, the memory can always be written, right? It's a cached solution. At any point of time, the data that you're storing in the database can be wiped out. So that is something that you don't want to have in your application, right? Unless it's a caching solution. So that's where I think Redis in the recent versions introduced this persistence. Redis persistence is basically, there are two ways Redis achieves this. Persistence is kind of, you can reconstruct your state even in case of crash or reboot. So persistence in Redis is kind of achieved with two ways. One is Redis database snapshots kind of a thing, where it kind of reads the entire snapshot. It takes a snapshot of the entire database and stores it in the disk. Okay. So from that point of, let's say I define a frequency of, let's say, 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, a Redis server kind of takes a snapshot of the entire database data in the memory and writes it to the disk. So which is a costly operation, but the advantage is my data, whenever there is a crash, right? After I take a snapshot, after a couple of minutes or 3 minutes, if there is a crash, I can always bring back my database. I'll maximum lose like 2 or 3 minutes of the data. So the data would be like 3 minutes stale, but at least I have a data which is mainly, I mean, most of the data at least can be reconstructed. So this is more considered like a trade-off. Whenever you're designing, you tend to take these things into consideration. Is it okay if I can get my data like 5 minutes back? This is kind of a not a regular event, right? In a regular scenario, you don't expect the things to crash or reboot. So if I have a 5 minute, let's say I have a location tracker, so if I take a snapshot and after 2 minutes the database goes down, right, and completely data gets wiped out, I can reconstruct it. So worst case, 2 minutes of data will be gone, right? So that means my location that I'm displaying to the end user might be stale by 2 minutes. Consider it like in a map, you have your Swiggy delivery being tracked, for example. Even if you location is not completely accurate, and if it is like delayed by 1 minute, right, stale by 1 minute, it is still acceptable, right, in some cases, right? So depending on the situation, this is would be a good solution. And and also it's like these are mostly overwritable data, right? You don't actually store accumulative data because it's not a time series data that you tend to store in Redis. The stale data that we will be seeing generally will be overwritten or caught up in very short time. As soon as you get a next request from the customer with the location, right? Automatically your data is real time again. So you suffer a impact for a very short duration. So that is the RDB. Next is append only file. Append only file is basically so every operation transaction, right, generally the writes will be written to disk as well. So obviously this will kind of make it slower, but this is a good solution if your writes are very small and reads are very heavy, right? If you have a heavy read solution, read demand requirement, then AOF is a good option, because for example, the user information that I mentioned, right, which is cached, if you have a AOF, you hardly actually update the user information, right, but you read it like a lot of times. So in those cases, AOF is a good file, although your writes will become a little slower. Okay. Yeah, that is with the persistence. So this kind of makes enables people to use Redis more stress free. Okay, and next is replication. So Redis by default have master slave replication, and there is a sharding as well. I'll just explain in the next slide. Uh, yeah, so generally databases support various generally two types of mechanisms. One is master slave and slave slave, or rather master master is basically, like if you consider any traditional MySQL or DBMS databases, right? Your database are mainly master slave. So you have one master database and some few slave databases which keep pulling data from the master. You know, so that way you can have more reads happening. Reads can always be going to slave, right? You have load distribution happening. Slave is basically kind of a cluster where all the nodes are have the latest data. So yeah, Redis by default supports a slave master slave, because your reads are kind of writes are expected to happen almost immediately, right? It's very hard to have a slave model. So yeah, this is kind of okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So this master slave, right? You can see three sets of servers. You can see, right? You can have this. The first set is a shard. Okay. I can have saying something like like first 1,000 keys get stored in this cluster, and next 1,000 get stored in the next cluster, and so on. So I can kind of distribute the entire data set into three different sets, and which is called shard. Okay, so each shard can have a master and slave. So all the writes obviously has to go to the master, and reads can be distributed across all the three servers. Generally, by default, reads will be going to the slave, but if you have a high number of reads, generally master also accommodates them. You can have only single master which can act also for both read writes as well. So the one of the key aspects is this provides a horizontal ability to scale horizontally. Yeah, ability to scale horizontally. Whenever my data set is increasing, right, all I have to do is add another shard or another set of master slave, and automatically I'll be supporting more systems. And unlike relational databases, you don't need a required restart or anything else, because data is distributed across multiple clusters, right? So sorry. Okay, so yeah, this is basically the main this is how things are architectured. So uh, Redis is mainly, so one of the key factors that influence this whole scaling is Redis is mainly key value store, right? So your reads and writes completely happen based on a key, correct? So now one of the best parts here is if your entire reads and writes are happening by a single key, right, based on the key field. So what we can do is we can introduce some kind of hashing before the key and distribute the data automatically. So let's assume instead of so let's say user IDs are key, like you have 1,000, 1,001, 1,002, and so on, right? And I can have some logic saying, hash function which says, first 1,000 to 2,000 will be stored in first cluster, 2,000 to 3,000 in second cluster, and 3,000 to 4,000 in the third cluster. Okay, so if I have something like this, now the application server can also have that information, right? The hash function that we are using to distribute this data can also be published or communicated to the application server. Now the application server basically has the Redis client. Now the Redis client will also have this information on where the data is located. So this is one of the best advantages that Redis has over other databases. So if the user ID is 1500, right? So by default, I would know that the Redis client would automatically can figure out that it has to go to the first cluster. If the user ID is 2200, right? It has to go to the second cluster. So this mechanism already, exists. Most of the Redis clients, right? Redison or Jedis connection. So these clients kind of have this ability to communicate and get this whole metadata, right? So that it can automatically know where to read and write the data from. Any questions here? Uh, yeah, now we may have to ask. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Shah, we can hear you, but like we'll take the questions at the end of the session.
Oh, is it? Okay, dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, is this Gautam? Uh,
No, this is Anurag. Oh yeah.
hey, Anurag. Yeah, yeah, I'll just keep checking if my connection is fine.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, please do respond.
Yep.
Thanks, Anurag. Okay. Uh, so yeah, next is yeah, as I mentioned, I think this is already covered. RDB is basically point in time snapshot. So this is another tricky concept. Generally, I think one of the complexity, let me just explain in a short detail. Point in time snapshot, right? Point in time snapshot is basically exactly what it says. It's like 110. What's the database? What's the state of the database? Like a snapshot of the entire database. Now consider this in a clustered environment, right? Where you have multiple shards. So now my agenda, if you have a single node, right? Single node where your entire data is residing. And now I have to take a point in time snapshot at 110, let's say 110 p.m. So all I have to do is I have to just read the entire memory. I have to stop all the writes and read the entire data and write it to the disk and restart, enable the writes again, right? So that's what I need to do at a very vague level. So now, but if you have multiple shards, right? Now all of this cluster should have some kind of a uh, understanding of similar time. They should have a same sense of time. If there is a because at 110, if you take a snapshot in the first cluster and first shard and then go to the second shard, right? Let's say this takes like 2 minutes to take the snapshot. So 112 you will be taking a snapshot here, and 114 you will be taking another snapshot. That wouldn't say that I can't say that point in time snapshot for the whole database is 110, right? It's not true anymore. So this is one tricky aspect actually. So which is kind of whenever you have clustered databases, it is hard to do point in time snapshot. I'll not explain how Redis does that, but this is one of the complex. It's interesting problem to read. Okay. So yeah, AOF is like a log line which keeps writing the writes, which keeps logging the writes. This is like a val log, write ahead log that most of the RDBMS databases are. Similarly, Redis also has. It's very simple actually. It's like you just keep writing your writes to a log file. As soon as it comes out, you rerun your log file. Automatically, your data will be created. So, and yeah, it is basically AOF also has some kind of a sync options, which is like, should it write, should it take writes always, or should it sync it only, like every second or never, and so and so options. It's also possible to club these two options. Basically, you keep writing your, you keep having a log file at the same time you keep taking snapshots, point in time snapshots. So it's like a double safety for your data. Okay. Yeah. So Redis partitions. So I think partitioning is a kind of sharding only. So one of the key difference between partition and sharding is partitions tend to be like residing within the same instance, but shards are kind of spread across multiple. Or rather, actually, partitioning is a blanket term for the entire whole concept of having partitions. Shards are basically necessary to be present in multiple instances, separate instances. It's not within the same instance. You have different shards. That means they are residing. You have data residing on different instances. Okay. So that is like a key difference between partitioning and sharding. So Redis partitioning, one of the scaling challenges are volume and compute. So the volume of the data, right? As you have more volume, you tend to kind of increase number of shards, right? Because like that's one option. Where like if you have more shards, it's basically you are just replicating. You have like, let's say, 4 shards now, and you add 4 more. That means it's very simple that you can store double the amount of data that you are currently storing. And compute is the number of operations it can support. Let's say if you have heavy number of writes or reads, right? You need to have you also need to scale, right? In this case. uh, so I think that is basically the main objective of partitioning. Client side partitioning, I think I touched up a little in the previous slide. It's basically a client being aware of how the server or the database is clustered, and the proxy assisted partitioning is this is kind of similar to how Cassandra does this. Basically, you just make a query to any of the database, automatically that DB or any of the shard, right? By default, you just directly connect to one other node, and the node will tell you where to go to. Let's say you go to, in our case, let's say I just directly connect to this master DB, right, in a cluster mode, but this specific node. I look up for the user 2200, 2200 belongs to shard 2. So this guy will automatically forward or redirect me to this node. So the Redis CLI does this. So this is kind of a proxy, right? It's like everyone's aware of where the data is residing, or at least the server, every node in the server is aware of where the data is residing. So this can kind of forward me to any of the DB. And it's like, like in Cassandra, for example, or the Citus, right? Any of the Citus extensions. So generally you have a coordinator node. All the requests are routed to the coordinator, and coordinator is basically the guy who orchestrates the entire setup and routes the request to the specific servers. So in a way, all of these master slave, every node is a coordinator on Redis. So you can actually directly hit any of the node, and it can redirect you to the node that has the data that you're looking for. Obviously, it's not you won't use something like that in your application directly, but if you're connecting, right, it's a good thing. In your application, generally you have some kind of connection pool that you want to keep the connections open, right? It's not like when a query comes, you don't want to make a new connection. You generally tend to reuse the connections. So for that reason, like you generally, client generally have the information, but whenever you are directly just getting the data, doing some analysis, right? So in that case, you can just directly connect to any of the DB, any of the node, and it will route you to the right request. So that is a proxy assisted partitioning, and query routing. I think I explained on how it happens. Okay, query routing also has the complexity of reads and writes. Writes should go to master, reads can go to any of the nodes, right? So depending on what kind of query or command that you're executing, it can be routed accordingly as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, scaling Redis. So you have these nodes, right? There are a lot of ways to scale this. I can, if I have a lot of reads, right, I just keep adding slaves here. Okay. If I have a lot of writes or more volume of data, I just keep adding more shards. And if I have more amount of data to be stored within the same instance, I can increase the node type, right? Let's say this is a 4 core 16 GB instance. I can just double the capacity to 8 core and 32 GB. So that way I can accommodate some 30 GB of data within the same node. Okay. So the horizontal scaling is basically you can just increase the shards, you can increase the replicas. I think these are the two things that we talked about. And the third part is vertical scaling is basically you just keep bumping up the node, keep increasing the capacity of the same node. So that increases the memory, but compute wise, right? Whenever generally, like most of the cloud providers, they don't just let you have some 16 CPU and 5 GB memory, like 4 GB memory. They don't allow you. So like AWS, for example, right? Most of the standard instances are like have a 1:4 ratio for memory compute versus memory. 4 core instance, 16 GB machines. And in like they have a compute intensive instance also where they have like 4 core and 8 GB memories. My point is, whenever you bump up an instance, right, you can't just only bump up the memory, or at least most of the cloud providers doesn't provide that. By default, you also add compute to that, because that's how most of the applications are run, right? Whenever your memory is increasing, you probably are making more operations, so that means you need more compute. The problem with Redis and compute is, since it is a single-threaded application, even it only needs one core, right? Or two cores for some background operations. But anything above two core is kind of useless actually. Like, so for you to bump up from a 4-core instance to 8-core, you just have like additional 4 cores, although your memory is doubling up, but you just have like 4 cores which are just sitting idle, not doing anything at all. Okay, so that's why vertical scaling is not that recommended, but in some cases you kind of need to have it's good to have memory within the same DB. So it has its own advantages as well. So in some cases it is advantages, but mostly the preferred approach is scale it horizontally, increase more shards, more replicas. So that is a better option. So rebalancing is another strategy where basically, let's say you have data, right? So these are the 3 shards. Whenever I add a new shard, right, that shard will be completely empty, right? It will start from scratch. It says that from 3000 to 4000, I'm going to store the data for the users. So there is something called rebalancing where you can actually, let's say you have like you're storing 3000 user data, right? Here. So if you are adding a new shard and your users are only like, you know that your number of users are only 3200, no? So if you have another shard added, so 1000 users for the shard 1, 1000 for shard 2, 1000 for shard 3, and 200 only for the shard 4, right? Because your partitioning is happening based on your storage is basically based on like one shard to another, right? Like based on 1000 users in shard 1, 1000 in shard 2, 1000 in shard 3, and so on. So what we can do is we can do some rebalancing where, instead of 1000 you can only store like 800 users data here, and next 800. So 0 to 800 here, 800 to 1600 here, 1600 to 2400 here, and you can have another shard where you can say 2400 to 3200. Yeah, so that is where basically the rebalancing comes into picture. It ensures your number of shards are not just sitting idle, and they're being utilized efficiently. Next is hotkeys. So let's assume hotkeys are basically ones that are used widely. Let's say you have a product. Let's say you take a Flipkart example, right, where you are storing, and in the background in the application you're storing data across. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Sorry, Andra, can you hear me? Hello, Anurag.
Hey, we can hear you fine.
Hey, yeah, thanks for that. Uh,
It just
yeah,
took me a second to come back from backstage, but yeah, we can hear you just fine.
sure. Okay, thanks. Okay, yeah, back to this. Hotkeys are basically considered you introduced a cache for this for Flipkart items, for the product details, right? Every product you're kind of storing the basic information in the cache. So if you consider whatever products you store on the display in the home page, right? Generally, they are the most accessible. They'll be the most widely accessible items, right? So now, let's say that is with the Flipkart. So mostly the first item that you're going to display, there is a possibility that all the users tend to just go after that item, right? So now that is basically called as a hotkey. If you have like some 10,000 items, and out of that you have 2 or 3 which are widely used. So these are the hotkeys. So the problem is these hotkeys will be accessed widely, but they should be residing in only one shard, right? So you have now suddenly the first shard has all the it requires a very high read capacity, but the rest of the shards won't need that. So the hotkey problem is something like more severe. So generally, the hotkeys generally one of the way to address is along with your key, you will also just have another prefix so that you have multiple of these hotkeys, although they're all the same in the background. So we take approaches like that. So there are different ways to tackle this hotkey. Okay, I think we're almost at the end of the slide. Yeah, cash evictions. So as I mentioned with the Flipkart, right? Flipkart probably has like some 20 million items on the website. So out of that, maybe at max, I would say like maybe 10,000, 20,000 items are the ones that are generally used, you know. So now, so in these cases, there's no point storing all of the data in the cache, right? Like the 10 million of the item data, there's no point storing it. So I can build a cache where, you know, I can only store the most frequently accessed data. So every time one new item has to be stored, I will just evict the older item, the least frequent used item. So that is one approach. Or the second is it's also based on the timeline, like a chronological order of the keys. Every time a new data keeps coming in, I can just evict the old data so that I can just maintain the same amount of volume of memory for running the like the operations, you know. So instead of keep increasing the memory, I can just ensure only the latest data is stored, right? So I can do the entire operation with limited amount of memory. So yeah, and similarly, there are like a lot of other ways to store. Whenever there is a persistence involved, like you generally don't want any eviction, right? So you can have this. So Redis is similar. I mean, initially it started as a caching solution, right? So it provides a various number of strategies for your cache evictions. Okay, so generally, whenever you store a key, you provide something called TTL, which is the time to live. So as soon as the TTL is complete, the entry will be evicted or expected to be evicted. So yeah, this is kind of useful in a lot of ways. You know, like let's say user data we are storing, right? So in this case, you just store it for let's say the user information is updated. Now but your cache, it will be updated only in the database, right? Your cache should also be updated. So one way is whenever the user data is updated in the database, you also update in the cache. But another approach is you don't actually deal with updating the cache at all. What you do is you just define the TTL of 1 hour, let's say, for the user. So every 1 hour, automatically the key will be refreshed. So whatever is in the DB will be automatically read and replaced. So this way, you end up with a trade-off of just having a key which is stale by worst case scenario by 1 hour. So which is acceptable in a lot of cases. It's not like you let's say you just update your Facebook information, right? Profile information, and you don't expect it to be visible to all the users immediately, right? In a GIF. So in this case, I think the TTLs come into picture. So yeah, I mean, you can use some strategies like that. So yeah, I think this summarizes the details that I want to share. Yeah, I think we can have any questions now.
Yeah, absolutely, Sham. This was extremely enlightening, and I'm sure our audience loved everything about your talk. But we do have a bunch of questions for you, right? Let me just go back into the chat quickly and start with some of those. So I think one of the early questions that we got during your session was, can class objects, be also used as key in Reddit?
Class objects, no, keys are only strings that are used. Redis,
Okay,
at least till the recent versions, Redis doesn't support any sophisticated object as a key. If you think about it, your read writes are based on a key, right? If your key itself is an object, like it doesn't, it's not beneficial, right?
awesome. All right. So moving on to the next one, does a Redis DB uses a lot of RAM, and how to optimize its usage?
Redis, yeah, since it is a in-memory database, right? It uses RAM is basically what it uses. And how do we optimize it? Generally, so I think uh, so by default, I don't think there are any parameters that you tune. So if you have lesser keys, right? Like I think it mainly depends on the data structure that you use. You know, if you're talking about the sorted set, right? Sorted set, generally the performance is sorted set is basically CPU intensive operations. You know, sometimes you probably can do some workarounds within the application or the data structure, how you want to orchestrate it, and avoid this kind of CPU. You know, and a lot of people use sorted set to avoid the locking problem. let's say I have some data incoming, right, from some kind of a device or a some vehicle. So now this information, I get payloads, right, from this from a device, and the payloads are jumbled up, right? So let's say I got a payload at 1 p.m. and I got another payload at 2 p.m., right? If I don't process this in order, one of the problems is I might overwrite as latest data with the stale data, right? I can actually process the 2 p.m. data first, and after that I process the 1 p.m. data. So that way I end up having a final result as 1 p.m. So in these cases, generally you do like people tend to use sorted set, where you just sort based on the timestamp. Automatically, your latest data comes out. So this is in these cases there are other ways to handle. You can actually acquire logs, or there are atomic. They have Redis has this compare and set. So compare and set is basically whenever it is updating a data, it compares first. It's generally similar to how your atomic integers and other data objects, data structures, other Java classes work. So similarly, Redis also provides, just like in an atomic space, it basically just checks the value before updating or overwriting. So these kind of hacks are there. But by default, you don't actually have to optimize in the memory, because these data structures, you're not doing anything explicitly, right? All you're doing is just choosing a data structure for your use case. So within the memory, you don't explicitly have to do any tuning. So most of the tunings are done like I mean I don't think people use the native Redis extensively. So mostly people tend to use this AWS or Azure or some kind of cloud provider, right? For example, AWS has Elastic Cache, which is a container within which Redis runs. So the Elastic Cache promises you to do all the tuning in the background, so you don't have to do anything. Okay, and apart from this, another aspect is there is something called Snappy Coder and other things, where it can compress the whole value object. So if you're only storing strings, right, like the entire thing is around memory. So if your storage reduces, your read writes take lesser time, so you accommodate more reads. So that's what it boils down to. If you can have some kind of encoders where you, instead of just directly storing the data, you can encode and kind of compress the data and store it as well. Yeah, that's what I can think of. Yeah.
That helps a lot, Ram. So we have next question from Anurag. I'll let him cover it himself.
Oh, sure.
Right. Hey, Sham, hi.
Yeah, Anurag, I
Yeah,
can
sorry.
hear you.
So my question would be like, there was this one scenario recently that we had where, as you said, like Redis is an in-memory database and it's mostly used for, it's mostly used for having as a cache, right? And this was the exact use case for us as well. We were using Redis as a cache, but the latency that we were getting for the Redis like from the Redis instance, like it was too high for us. It was under the same VPC, but what we saw is like it had a different subnet. So what would be the ideal, the setup for like a managed Redis, like something like an AWS managed Redis, which would be Elastic Cache, right? So how would you set up Elastic Cache in your system along with your application? Like, are there any
Yeah.
guidelines that you follow? Yeah.
Right, Anurag. Yeah. So I think, yeah, Elasticache at least has a limit of 500 shards. So there is, so obviously, I think you can actually, like, there could be some way to work around with this, the subnet allocation. But the main challenge, if you think about it, is there is a routing layer, right? So you have a client is kind of aware of how many nodes are there, which node is storing all this information. So this whole of metadata should be present in each and every client. So if you think about it, if you have a lot of shards, it kind of defeats the purpose of having a single Redis cluster for storing the entire data. Because now each client should have, like, for example, AWS limit is 500 shards, and you can have like 6 replicas. So you are like dealing with what? So 500 into 6, 3000 nodes. So the metadata of this 3000 nodes should be present in client, and whenever a slave goes down or a shard is out of the unhealthy, right? So, or if there is a master slave exchange, basically if another master is promoted. So all this information should be communicated to each and every client. And obviously, as you are if you have a scenario where you have to store have so many nodes, it is also that you will have more number of applications which read these nodes, right? So I don't think it is recommended, or I wouldn't try to scale Redis to that extent. I think if you are in a requirement to do something like that, I think there are maybe other ways to do that, where you can have independent Redis clusters, uh, which can independent Redis clusters, and some of the applications, you have some kind of bifurcation within the application to understand which cluster it has to read right from. So yeah, I think this is one. If you like, this is like a load. It's similar problems you see in load balancers also, right? So if you have like some 10,000 cluster node instance against a load balancer, it might actually, like, it might be too much load, right? There's a limit of number of instances you can add to a load balancer. So now, but if you have to support more load than that, let's say 50 is the number of instances a load balancer can support, right? So now, if you need more than run more than 50 instances, uh, the obvious thing is you might introduce a load balancer in front of the load balancer, right? Now you can have like multiple clusters of 50 instances, and you have like load balance in front of load balancer. So one of the trivias that I read in the past was like, I think Facebook, right? Facebook has some 7 levels of this load balancer. So that is one way to cluster these things. So similarly, I think Redis also, like, if you're implementing a Redis solution for Facebook, right, I don't think there is any point to have a single cluster providing a caching solution. You kind of try to localize this solution to each and every node, or the node, or the set, like, because let's say I can have a Redis cluster for Bangalore region, or I can have something for the Hyderabad region, right? And also, I mean, it can be done with the users, and whereas I think there are, depending on the use case, I think there is be some way for you to bifurcate this instead of kind of having the entire thing at a centralized location. Uh, did did that make sense, Anurag?
Yep, we covered it for sure.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We had some echo back here. So we have another question from Amit for you, which is Redis is a single thread. Redis is single threaded. So what's the best way to use it on multiple CPUs cores?
Yeah, I think right. You can't actually. So that is one of the downsides with the Redis. So generally, like, your instance by default, like production grade instances, right? At least my knowledge is mainly in the AWS. So production grade instances start with 4 core, which is that M5 class large. So they are 4 core instances. So by default, you are like losing on like 2 cores or 3 cores. So you can't actually make Redis use multiple cores, because it kind of defeats the purpose of that whole atomicity. So the moment it has more cores, you need to deal with transactions and interlocking transactions and the whole MVCC, right? So that may not be actually like beneficial for Redis. So it's a resource waste, but it's a trade-off actually. Like, because since it loses on the since it sticks to the one single threaded application, it provides the atomicity. So yeah, that is that basically explains that basically explains why it has to be single threaded, and you can't actually utilize multiple cores. Generally, that's why people tend to add more nodes rather than scaling it vertically.
Fair
Okay.
enough. So, Sham, you'll have to bear with us. We seem
Yeah.
to have a lot of questions. Definitely a very engaging session, right? So, I'll go on to the next one. There's a small use case that's been given and a question on top of it. So, the use case is if there are multiple clients executing on the same database, is it possible to implement locking on the DB rows?
Sorry. Yeah, Amit, is this specific to Redis, or is this question in general?
Redis.
Okay. So yeah, I think yeah. So basically, I think if I understand correctly, if you have multiple Redis databases and you have to do your operations, right, in both the databases, how do you ensure transactions, right? Yeah, I don't think you can have transactions across multiple databases. So generally, your single database transactions are limited to single database. Even if you take relational databases, right, That is one of the reasons why they have to be residing in a single node. You can only scale vertically because the transactions kind of work within the context of a instance. It can't be spread across instances by default unless you have some kind of distributed logic. But what you can do is Mongo. Mongo also is another NoSQL database. Before Mongo 4, right? Mongo 4 onwards, it started supporting these ACID properties. But before that, Mongo had something called two-phase commit. Two-phase commit is basically it doesn't 100% guarantee that your transactions are transactional in nature, but it kind of gets you to a close to the having a transactional nature. It's not foolproof solution. The two-phase commit, how it works is it's very straightforward actually. That's probably what most people would implement as well. So you open a transaction, you do operation on 1 DB, you then do an operation on second DB, right? And as part of this, you encounter an error or some issue. In the same order, in the as part of the try cache or some cache block, what you do is you try to you try to uncommit the change in the DB2, and then you try to uncommit the change in DB1. So that way, out of the box, it provides that. It is not foolproof, as I mentioned, because as part of your rollback, right? This is kind of a manual rollback, right? So as part of the rollback, also there could be some kind of transaction interference, some kind of connection termination, and all, right? So that's why it's not foolproof. But like if your application is expected to have these rollbacks more frequently, then in that case, the two-phase commit kind of solves the problem for most of the cases. So yeah. Amit, does that answer your question? Yeah, I would recommend reading a little about the two-phase commit of Mongo. I think that will provide more details.
All right, then. Thanks for that, Shram. We can move on to our next question. This is from Chirag. He's checking how to be sure that my slave system Redis have the most updated copy every time, or have to use centralized cache, considering consistency is the first priority.
Sorry, Priyanka, can you repeat the question? That just went over my head.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, how can one be sure that my slave system Redis have the most updated copy every time, or have to use centralized cache, considering consistency is the first priority?
Right. Yeah. So I think, the master, generally the sync kind of happens almost automatically, depending on the updates happening, right? The requests are routed accordingly. So if your slave is not in sync, the read may not go there. So it might be sticking to the master only. So that's how you end up with the consistent data. So that is kind of guaranteed by Redis. So generally in like other databases, wherever you have a master slave model, right? You kind of end up writing to master, and while you write to the master, your rights are you wait till the rights are propagated to the slave. So Redis doesn't. I don't think Redis does that. But all I know, that is one strategy some of the services follow. I'm not sure exactly how Redis does this within the database, but all I know is these are your data is transaction. Sorry, your data is always up to the mark, always latest. So there's not we're not dealing with any eventual consistency here. So. Uh, Sorry, Chirag, is that clear?
Yep, that looks good for sure. So thanks a lot, Sham. I think these were all of the questions that we had for you today, and I know you had to answer plenty of them. We hope that you enjoyed meeting our audience as well, and we sure had a pleasure having you over here with us. Thanks a lot,
Yeah,
and
thanks a lot, Priyanka and the Hackout team and all the folks. It was a great opportunity to interact with everyone. Yeah, thanks a lot
oh,
for.
and I must say, Sham, that the whole IIT KGP energy, tempo higher, still remains to be true for your presentation. So thank you
Very
for that.
interesting. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks,
All right,
yes.
you have a good day. All right,
Yeah.
guys. So we are good to move on to our next session. Now, this one truly is interesting to me. We have Siddharth Shah coming up. He's one of our own, and he's a homegrown head outer. Now, being someone who has seen his work firsthand. I'm super excited to introduce him. So please welcome Siddharth Shah. To give some more context about Siddharth, he is a product interaction designer with some serious code chops. And his core relies on JS, React Native, and Swift. Siddharth here is a showrunner for all things prototype, micro interactions, and creative development at Headout. Outside of that, generally, he loves to tinkers with electronics and unusual musical instruments. I'll be really curious to know what those are, but I'll keep that aside until he's done with his talk. So, yep, let's bring on Siddharth here to talk about React Native for web. Over to you, Siddharth. Siddharth, allow us a moment to just check our backend settings. We want to be sure we are not muted from the backend. Can you just check? Maybe it's mute from your end. Awesome, can hear you finally. All right, then you
Okay,
can take
perfect. Thank you so much, Priyanka. Good to be back at Hackout after a few years of hosting it. This is now my very first one where I've joined in as a speaker. Thanks for the lovely introduction. And today, what we're going to do is we're going to explore the world of React Native for web together. It is something we've been experimenting with at Headout for a few months now. Something that's showing a lot of potential, and we finally think we've made great footsteps in the right direction and launched some of our modules of certain sections of Headout with React Native Web. So I'm very excited to walk through some of them with you, see some of the strengths, the capabilities, as well as some challenges that we had to overcome to make it happen. And what I'm going to do is share my screen. And take it over from there. Perfect. Priyanka, can you confirm to me that my screen is visible?
Yep, it is.
Great. Okay, awesome. So React Native for web. Most of the folks working in front end will already know React. It is the most beloved JavaScript framework that we use to build the front end of all of our applications. It's very, very well community supported. It was built by Facebook, and just in general gets a lot of love and support from the members of the community. Facebook internally also developed their new tool called React Native a few years following the release of React. And the purpose of this tool was to build mobile applications for Android and iOS, right? And so a lot of applications that you may use today use the React Native ecosystem to power the UI. One of the most prominent examples for which was Instagram during its early days. Twitter used to use it for a while, and the the back end for the Uber uh, drivers app also used React Native for a bit, if I'm not wrong. And so it's a very beloved ecosystem that allows you to write apps for Android and iOS from the same code base. So you write your code once and it runs on both platforms, which is, as you might imagine, a very desirable business metric, right? It allows you to run, it allows you to build things a lot quicker. It allows you to have fewer engineers working on things. It allows you to fix anything that breaks far more quickly than what you would have to do if you were maintaining two separate applications, right? One for Android and one for iOS. So a few years ago, some a team of very smart individuals thought it would be a good idea to try exploring what happens if we're able to leverage the same power that we use for building these apps on Android and iOS and explore how it can also be used to power websites in addition to Android and iOS, right? And Of course, doing this is not exactly a cakewalk and often leads to way more challenges because there is 100 other problems and areas that you have to think about when building for the web versus when building for apps. Uh, we will talk through some of those today, but the promise that React Native offers is essentially that you get to write your code once, and then your front end and your apps they sort of render on whatever platform uh, you might need them to run on. As of today, React Native runs on Android and iOS, which it was built for. It also extends its support to the web, which is the framework that we're going to talk about today. Microsoft also maintains their own implementation of a React Native extension that also brings compatibility to Windows and Mac OS devices. So, in the grand scheme of things, it is possible and entirely encourage that if you can make a smaller footprint tech stack to power your UI and you can work within the limitations of what the React ecosystem allows, you get to enjoy bringing your apps and programs to all the users of these platforms while still maintaining a singular code base, which is the end result. Um, so At Headout, though, we don't necessarily focus on the desktop native applications like on Windows and Mac OS. Most of our traffic, as you would imagine, comes from the browsers, that's the web, and some from the apps, mobile apps that we have for Android and iOS. So we were essentially looking for ways to optimize our UI practices in a way that allows us to scale and build systems that would enable us to do uh, better, more impactful, higher quality work all across our platforms. So, for this session, we're only going to look at Android, iOS, and the web. But I just wanted to leave that caveat that React Native also can be extended to support native applications for desktop if your use case is something that could use it. Um, as you might imagine, being able to maintain a smaller or a singular code base for all of these platforms has some very obvious benefits. The first one is that you get to write less code, which is good because writing less codes means that you can ship faster, you can maintain it a lot easier. Fewer people need to have fewer context switches and transfers to be able to figure out which things go where and how to build on top of it. It also means that instead of a team having to build feature for 4 to 5 separate platforms, they can instead index that time in writing the feature once and then figuring out how to optimize it, get the performance right, get the security right, get the reliability right, instead of building the same feature for one for Android, one for iOS, etc., etc. But there's another big win that approaching front end from this lens gets you, which is that uh, some problem statements or opportunities are very specific to how UI works, especially at scale. Some of these issues get harder and harder the bigger and the more people that use your app. And we'll talk about those in just a second. So, when you think of an abstraction layer, when you think of writing, okay, I'm going to write one code base and have it power all of these platforms, there are, of course, certain trade offs that you're making, certain abstractions that you're working under, which means that there are some compromises and something that can be hard to work around. Say, for example, the first one I could think of is what about design, layouts, and styling? How does that work? We already know that CSS is wildly inconsistent across browsers, and the mobile apps have platform specific nuances of their own. So, how do you write and style your UI that in a manner that works consistently across all platforms? And the good news for that is because React Native itself was derived from certain subsections of CSS, it is really, really good at generating uh, production ready styling for web as well, which is a pleasant surprise. Um, the one thing though that we had to solve for while designing and developing layouts and styling for our React Native web modules, some of which we'll look at in just a second, is that React Native as a framework was only designed to build mobile apps, which typically only have to function at one screen size, right? Unlike the web or the desktop, where you can resize windows and have things move around, you're probably not doing that on your phone apps. So that adds a level of complexity to what kind of layouts are easy to develop and what kind of layouts are robust enough to handle the resizing, cursor inputs, keyboard inputs. So a lot of enhancements and augmentations had to be made to the vanilla React Native framework to be able to get it uh, uh, to the same standard as what you would expect out of a website. Building on top of that very specific criticism is that the semantics, accessibility, and SEO for the web is approached very differently than on mobile. SEO, in fact, is not all too much a concern for mobile apps because they don't get crawled by Google, right? Your the pages inside of your app don't have to rank on Google the same way your website has to. And so there are different engineering trade offs that you would make in terms of page performance, in terms of how the layout of the page is designed, how the content is structured um, on various platforms. So at the end of the day, your mobile apps may end up looking uh, different from what you have on the web, and they would have to account for the semantics and SEO specific trade-offs that you would make. But there's a third thing and a fourth thing, which are extremely difficult to scale as your user base of your programs increase, which is localization and optical correction. So at Headout, for example, we build a product for everyone in the world, right? It is a global company, and our motive is to get or to connect the most number of people with the most uh, beautiful, phenomenal, spectacular experiences all over the world. And so, to get to this mission, being able to serve our website and our products in as many languages as we can is and cannot be an afterthought. It has to be built from the ground up, it has to be accounted for, and it has to have first class support for how we go about it. And then there are design challenges like certain languages are only supported by certain fonts. Changing certain fonts means like your button may have to be bigger or smaller, your alignment with other parts of your UI may break. How do you build a design system that accounts for all of these cases? We're about to look into that uh, over the next few slides. And the final challenge, or one of the challenges that we had to solve for while building our modules in React Native for web, is events tracking and analytics. Because while we are maintaining one code base for some of these modules, we still want tracking to be done on a per platform level. And so we engineered our own wrapper and utility that uh, detects what platform the code is being run on and sends the events correctly uh, to all of the trackers that we have to be able to learn how our products are being used and be able to learn and improve over them. Let's look at these challenges closely over the next few slides and see how we solve for some of them. So the first project that we shipped with the web is called the My Booking section. This is the section that you use to view your tickets, get details about your booking, and ask for help if you need to once you have purchased something. This was a starting point. This is a screen that is fairly consistent across our mobile website and on Android and iOS, but looks very different in terms of how the layout of the page is on desktop. And what you're looking at are three different screenshots from three different devices, all powered by uh, a singular code base, which is responsible for the design of the page, the logic of the components, how things are laid out. The page is responsive, so you can drag the browser around and refresh to see the layout change. So in case now, if you observe a bug in one of the cards, for example, to fix that, you don't have to go to three different places and fix the same bug in three different places, right? Because it is just one code base, you can jump into the code, fix it, hit deploy, and in an ideal world, all things other equal, you would be able to move a lot faster with the development and the execution of these pages. So this was one module. There are some interesting bits that we had to solve for while we went from the taller vertical real estate of the mobile fronts and the horizontal expansion of the same cards on the desktop front. So this was one such project. We also did another one that is an extension module. This is the space where you would ask for help in case you needed to cancel your tickets for some reason, or you needed to know where you want to be, what's the starting point of your experience, and if you need any other help, this is the section that you would come to. Once again, you can see that the layouts are very different across mobile and desktop, but it is something that is powered by just one code base, which means it has been owned by a team that would conventionally be like a 4 to 5 person team, all the way down to just a couple of engineers being able to support different screen sizes, different devices, and entirely different platforms with just one code base. So let's answer the first question. Semantics. Given that apps don't have to optimize for SEO, but the web does, how do we solve for semantics and accessibility in our React Native code base? On the web, you would use tags like P for paragraph or H1 for your highest level of heading, H2, H3, H4 for lower level headings. You would use section tags to demarcate your page into various sections, maybe a header to silo off the header and a footer for the same reason. Whereas React Native for the apps only has more or less two primitive components, and that's view and text. And these two components don't have the same semantic meaning attached to them. So uh, it's not as big of a concern on the apps because you don't have to optimize for the semantics in the same way you have to on the web. But if you were to find a way to render the same code on the web, you would see that your page becomes considerably less Explorer friendly. Google will not be able to parse your page and the content that you have on it. It will not be able to smartly detect what your headings are and differentiate it from the paragraphs. Your data would be less structured because you haven't demarcated your sections with the appropriate meaning. So React Native for web solves for this by exposing a prop called accessibility role. You can add this prop with a key, and this key is functionally identical to um, all these HTML5 semantic elements. So that includes articles, paragraphs, uh, headers, sections, uh, and a lots more that is probably worth googling for. Where uh, as this code compiles for the web, you would notice that a view with an accessibility role of article would be replaced by an article tag on the web, and it would still retain its functionality on the apps. The same way with the text element, you add an accessibility role of heading, and you can give it a level of 1 to 4 or 1 to 6 or whatever level of heading you need, and it would know that it has to compile down to the right HTML tag. They don't stop here though. React Native Web also exposes all of the Araya tags, which are useful for people with disabilities, people who are using screen readers, for example, who a screen reader may need to know. A screen reader may need to know what a particular tag is to be able to understand how to enunciate it, how to articulate it, in what order should it be reading stuff. And this differs from platform to platform. The same screen reader that works on the web may not work the same way on the apps. So having this abstraction layer and tapping into this potential with the accessibility properties as exposed by React Native for web, that is, gives us the ability to scale our accessibility in a much easier fashion than learning how to solve for accessibility and semantics on three different platforms individually, right? Um, we would have to learn and figure out how to get it correct once with React Native Web and rest easy knowing that the compiler and however the code gets gets distribution ready will take care of the appropriate semantics and accessibility as it compiles. So this is one criticism that React Native for web used to get in its early days, but I think they've done really well with supporting uh, the semantics, and the presence on the web is a lot better now, to the point where we've been able to ship, and we've been very happy shipping both of these features. The This particular section is already live, so if you want to see and inspect the code and see how the styling is done, you can make a booking on Headout and you'll be able to get to this page. Self-help is also under design review, but it is set to go live very soon. And the early signs are very promising, and we're quite happy with the outcome that we're getting. Well, let's move problem, which was how do you tackle analytics? Uh, Given that now your front end runs on the same code base across platforms, we still needed to be able to study each of them differently and use that information to learn how to build our products better, which platforms to focus on, which ones need more attention, um, what is the user behavior like. And to study these, we needed some granularity in terms of what events we track, how they differ from platform to platform. So at Headout, we use Google Analytics for a good chunk of our web. We've slowly also started incorporating Mixpanel now across many of our product flows. And on the apps, we use Firebase. So our code base, no matter what platform it is running on, needs to be aware of which platform it is and what events to track on that platform and where to send those events, so that the data team can leverage those numbers and turn them into insights for us and be able to give us the direction that we need to keep moving forward in. We wrote this utility in house. Uh, this is a small problem statement that we saw and we felt the need to solve for. And we now have an in-house utility. We haven't named it yet, but I'm sure at some point we will. We will name it. We hope to extrapolate this utility out of our and decouple it from our code bases and be able to open source it for other people's use at some point in the near future. But we're very happy with how we were able to get this to work, and it's been a rock solid implementation till now. So that takes care of semantics, that takes care of accessibility, that takes care of analytics. Here's another one, and this one is, in my eyes, the hardest to solve because it is the one that is the easiest to overlook during the early days of a product, and that is localization. We don't think about it too much from the get-go because it feels like something that should be easy to tackle on later. Uh, as we have now realized, though, that the sooner you start to solve for this, the better. And especially in our case, because your mission is so tied to a global demographic, your UI cannot be decoupled from how localization can and should be incorporated in your product. So I'm going to show you an extreme example of what I mean. You see, we're looking at Headout right now in English, and it looks like a conventional app. In fact, you could change the language to Spanish and it would look fairly similar. But what about when you have to support a language that is radically different in terms of reading direction, in terms of how uh, the letters are? And here's an example of Headout, of what Headout would look like if it were in Arabic, for instance. To many of you who spent a while looking at Headout, this is going to look extremely jarring because the UI seems to have flipped. And yet, um, for the people who read Arabic, it is going to feel a lot closer to how they would anticipate their language being read than English, for example. And I could flick back and forth between them so you can see how differently a page, the same page for that matter, needs to render to be able to work and function and serve its purpose for the language that it is built for. So, if we were to build, say, if you were to have this page in 5 different platforms, let's say you had one for your desktop web, for your mobile web, for Android, for iOS, and let's say you also had a Windows app, and you had to make a version of this page for every language, let's say 2 languages, let's say English and Arabic are 2 very different languages, and you had to find a way to support them. That is already 5 into 2. That's 10 pages that you have to first write and then maintain. And if you added another language, that would be 5 into 3. That's 15 pages that you have to write from the ground up and then continue to maintain, which expands in a direction that is harder to keep under your control. Versus React Native for web comes with experimental support for all kinds of languages, and one of their primary USPs is that they also support global properties to be able to specify languages and which styling and layout options should apply depending on the language that is selected. In theory, we don't quite yet support Arabic on Headout, but we do plan to eventually, which means that it is imperative that we find a solution to this problem before it becomes harder and harder. And when we do support Arabic, we want to do it systematically, ensure that the font weights are correct because the same fonts don't work for all languages. So we need to be able to scale our design system to be able to support left to right languages, top to down languages if it needs to, um, support different fonts. Let's say you had a button that had a height of 48 pixels, that was designed with a specific font in mind, but a different language used a different font. And so now the spacing that you had around your button just simply doesn't work quite the same because the fonts are different. The visual weight of the button is different. The contrast between the button and the letters may be different. And so you have to figure out systems that help you scale to this extent while allowing the flexibility of these variables to change. So, React Native Web is offering a very promising solution to this problem by exposing language props on a per component level. It is not something that we've started to look into in a lot of detail yet, but we do plan to. Uh, and on behalf of Headout, because we here love open source quite a lot, I also imagine us leading the charter here and implementing, building custom solutions, and helping the community figure out this problem as we go on to solve it for ourselves. Here's what I mean though. Let's take a smaller example. Unlike a whole page where the layout completely shifts, let's zoom in and start to look at a singular UI element. Let's start with the button. So you can see here I have a few different components. The first two are children of essentially what is just one button. And what I want you to focus on is on the right hand side. If you notice, we are supporting 3 languages. So that is Chinese, that is English, and that is Hindi. All of the 3 languages have characters that are of different heights. They have, um, the letters in those characters vary in terms of thickness. So the English button, for example, the one that says book now, is is very heavy in weight, versus the one in Hindi feels super light. And In this case, it's probably not true, but you could end up in a scenario where the white thin lines on a purple background may be harder to read than it is for the English language. So we may have to account for that and ensure that whenever the language is set to Hindi, for example, we should use a darker shade of purple instead of what we currently have. So details like these, uh, when you're building a global product, become graduate from nice to have solutions to must have solutions. And we're putting in a lot of work from our end to be able to account for these as we go on to build our design system with uh, radically nuanced support for different fonts, different languages, locales, reading directions, and etc. Uh, this was just one button. You can imagine this extending to all of our basic UI components. That's accordions, that is labels, that is product cards, entire pages whose layout to be rethought and accounted for various different languages. So um, here's what we've been working on for a while now. We're developing two different in-house um, framework is not the right term, but two different libraries. We call them internally Air and Aqua. So Headout Air is our design system. It is the container that has all of our design tokens for different fonts, the hex codes for different colors that you can tap into, and the atomic components like the one that I just showed you, in this case, a button. So the code for all of this is contained within Air. And we have a companion library called Aqua, which hosts the logic behind how the component should work, where should the data be fetched from, how should the data be fetched, how does the state be managed across various different molecules and atomic components, how does a page layout look and behave. And these two libraries, Air and Aqua, work together to power the two projects that I just showed you, which is our booking management module. So that's my booking section and the self-help. And we've had very promising results from both of these. We plan to now that we've cracked some of the problem statements, uh, other ones have started to surface, and we want to take a crack at solving even more of them. Uh, Perhaps even making parts of these two libraries open source so that people can continue to build off of our solutions and use it as a jumping off point to get into this ecosystem, uh, and continue to index our efforts towards building quality cross-platform applications while keeping our tech stack as lightweight and maintain our momentum as possible. So we looked at four different problems. That's design, layout, and styling. We looked at semantics and SEO. Localization and optical correction was a big feature, a problem that we've made quite a lot of progress on, but there's far more work to be done. And how we're tracking events and analytics. These are four challenges that we've taken shots at while working on these projects. You can see some of our work live on Headout today if you were to make a booking. And because these are cross-platform, it doesn't matter. You could book on the apps, you could book on the website, and you can know that the code that you're looking at all comes from just one code base. So that was Air and Aqua. This is the team that worked really hard behind the scenes to experiment and take this from an idea, a concept, to a functional prototype, to then actually shipping stuff with it in production. We plan to double down on this and do a lot more research and development work, engineering work, design work in this direction. And if solving problems like these nuanced ones at scale sounds appealing to you, I would love to have a chat. World-class UI, we have to find a way to make it happen. Geographical scale that is unusual in Indian startups, where you have to solve for Japan, you have to solve for the Middle East, and As we just saw, UI in these regions can look mind-bogglingly different, almost as if you were living in a mirror image throughout the process. And so, if working on these two libraries, if designing for these two libraries, if engineering and getting the craftsmanship of your quality of work up to international standards sounds like something you're into, I would love to hear from you. You can get to me at sid@headout.com. That's my email. I would love to have a chat with what you have in mind. And thank you so much. That was all that I had for you on our exploration so far with React Native for Web. We plan to do a lot more work here, make some of it open source, and work with the community in general to see this forward.
Thanks a lot.
I believe I can take, yeah.
Hey, thanks a lot for that. It was
I believe I
really
can take
good.
a few questions.
Yep, absolutely. Let's take a look into them. So we have a question
Sure.
from David. Not sure if you can see them. Okay.
I can see the chat. So David asks, great presentation. Thanks. Did not know about React Native Web. Was using React Native and React XP before. Yeah, that's true. React Native Web has not had the eyeballs that it would have had, because it started off with quite a rocky situation where they could not support semantics on the web, which essentially eliminated anything that you needed to rank on Google from the initial days of using React Native Web. It is not until fairly recently that that functionality reached the maturity that it would have to be able to start being considered for production applications. In fact, we're still doing some R&D work on how that plans out. What you would have noticed is that both those booking modules that we've shipped with React Native Web are also not uh, the pages that need to be ranked, and so the semantics were lower in the priority list for those pages. But we do plan to build some of our more customer facing pages that also need to be ranked with React Native Web soon.
Awesome. So that moving on to the next one, we have a question
Sure.
from Vikram. Would you want me to read it out for you?
No, I can take this. So, given that React Native Web is new, how is the community around it shaping up? There are mixed reviews between the community at large. It's not quite as in favor of jumping into React Native for web in general. And the split happens because of two reasons. One is that uh, the pros, the ones in favor of RNW, are also happen to be big believers in the React ecosystem at large. However, in the past 1 year alone is where we've seen the emergence of newer JavaScript frameworks that have an entirely different approach to UI solving than what React does. So the delta between how Vue approach stuff or how Angular approach stuff was not as distinct from how React does it. However, with the new ones, Astro is an example, Remix is an example, Quick is a very fresh JavaScript framework that attack the problem statement of building UI from an incredibly different angle. The state management principles are different. The way your DOM, your document object model, can be serialized and just stored as HTML is extremely promising. And so, because you have all of these paradigms to choose from, it is hard to say. It is hard to say with the same amount of conviction that a React-based ecosystem is the right answer anymore. Uh, at Headout, though, it still continues to be true. We continue to be big believers of React, and a lot of our tooling is built around it. But I would not dismiss the possibility that a newer, better, perhaps more efficient solution to this precise problem statement can come up, even if it is not associated to React whatsoever.
I think that answer is for Vikram. I guess that looks like all. We do have a question from Palak as well, which is what would you
Hmm.
not do with React Native Web?
What would you not build with React Native Web? So this is at this point quite an easy answer. Anything that requires uh, APIs that are very platform specific. So if you need access to gyroscopes in your device, or the microphone or the camera, for example, if you're building a game that relies on strict or not necessarily strict but free flowing communication between your hardware and your device to unlock its full potential, I think I would still take the overhead of maintaining two different or how many ever different code bases you need to not have to work around the limitations of React Native Web. In Headout's case, though, the problem statement from an engineering perspective for our client-facing website is quite straightforward, which is shared by most e-commerce players in the world, and that is that we essentially take our inventory and we have to present it to our end users in a way where they can search for, arrive at a product they love, and be able to transact with us to get their hands on the product. And that this part of the problem statement is a relatively easier one to tackle from the lens of an engineer, where we don't require as much of hardware level integration as say, for example, an augmented reality based solution that requires more boundless access to your CPU and GPU and things like that. So parts of Headout um, are very well built with React Native Web. But if I was building a game, if I was building AR and VR things, if I was building things that relies very heavily on media uh, and local storage, I may not reach out to React Native Web.
All right, then. I think that sums up all our questions, and we have answers to all of them. But yet, Sid, as I promised our audience before, I'm going to ask that personal question now. Which are these unusual
Sure.
instruments that we're talking about?
Unusual instruments. So before Headout happened, I used to dabble around with sound design quite a bit. And I have a knack for building things with electronics and mechanical parts. And so oftentimes you will find me just imagining what a new instrument, a synthesizer, a box of buttons and knobs can do to an electrical signal, and figure out how to make nicer sounding, pleasant music out of it. It doesn't always work. Sometimes it ends up sounding like a mixer grinder, and I just scrap the project altogether. But when it works, it is a lovely piece of art, which is what keeps me occupied through the weekends and my Headout downtime.
Sounds very interesting. I hope I get to see some of it real soon. So I
Sure.
thought we were all done, but we do seem to have another question, which is what part at Headout would you build with RNW next?
What part of Headout would you build with RNW next? I think in my head, and this is purely, I would treat this as an experiment, but I would go ahead and build the global homepage. That's the very homepage of headout.com, one that um, will allow you to discover all the various cities that we have and acts as an entry point to the rest of the website. That is the page that I would build with React Native Web, uh, just to take an absolute stab at how well can you or how imposing are the limitations of the SEO and semantics. What sort of trade-offs do you have to make, and just attacking that page head on will lead you to answers and to more opportunities on the limitations of React Native Web quite quickly. So the global homepage, headout.com itself.
Awesome. I guess we all will look forward to that internally.
For sure.
All right. So I think, Siddharth, in general, you've already made sure that all of our audience is aware of how to reach out to you, and we appreciate you doing that. I'm sure after your session, lot many of them would be really keen and interested in taking up design as their professional career choice. And
Right.
yeah, thanks a bunch for inspiring them.
Thank you. Awesome to be here. and very excited for all the remaining speaker sessions too. Uh, Lovely to finally be on the pseudo stage of Hackout as a speaker, something that I've been eyeing for quite a few years. And thank you, Vikram, for getting me to do this.
All right. Thanks a lot, Siddharth.
Sure. Thank you. Um, do follow me on Twitter. I'm at Clearly Sid, and I'll see all of you very, very soon. Ciao.
We will. Thanks, Siddharth. All right, then. That was Siddharth teaching us all things design. Now we look good to move forward. And the next person that we have in our speakers is another head outer. And we would be meeting Charles next. He is in the luminous of an IT Trichy and brings extensive experience as a software developer. Charles here is a principal engineer with Head Out and is catering to some of our challenging problem statements as we traverse from 10 to 100 journey for our organization. Uh, Today, Charles will talk about on-demand environment. And yep, as always, feel free to drop in your questions. We would be happy to answer them towards the end of the session. Over to you, Charles.
Hey, thanks, Priyanka. Thanks all for joining the session. Am I audible? Let me quickly check
You are.
with my screen. Can you see my screen?
I can now.
Right, thanks.
It's not yet on your presentation, though.
It's not my presentation. Sorry. Now,
Not yet. It just came out for a bit and went away again.
now,
Not that I can see, Charles.
still, I see it's sharing. It's stopping me. 1 second.
Well, Chrome does it at times. You might want to just share a tab, or instead of sharing your whole screen, that usually helps.
I'm trying to share my Chrome tab
That should work.
now.
Oh, no luck. Okay,
Okay.
we can
We
see your
can
screen.
see your screen. Okay. Start. Good. Okay. Uh, Sorry. Hi guys. Thanks for joining the session. Today,
Charles, sorry,
sorry
sorry to cut
to cut
you,
you,
but
but
it's your
it's your
screen
screen
where
where
we are all
we are
live
all
on
live on
YouTube,
YouTube,
but we
but we
still cannot see your presentation.
not sure like what session. Trying to share my screen and the Chrome tab. So, share the tab audio. Just
I think Charles' help should be on its way. We're just figuring it out. Okay, so in the meantime, Charles is back. From the audience, if you have any more questions which are strictly pertaining to head out or how can you be a part of head out, feel free to ask them in comments and I'll be happy to take them in the meantime.
Can you confirm if you are able to see my screen?
Yep, Charles, we can see your screen now. Amazing.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Okay, so let's get started. Open my other tab. Cool. Yeah. S- Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining this session. And let me give a brief intro, like what we were doing here as part of platform team, and why this on-demand test environment is more significant as part of this Hackout sessions, right? So, if you are keen on today's Vikram introduction of the company regarding the organization, right? So, if you see that one of the core features that we treat this on-demand test environment is very significant and very important for us as part of our scaling journey of Headout. So when I say the scaling journey, like we are scaling in all directions, all dimensions, with respect to the team, with respect to the infrastructure, with respect to of business, right? Scaling is the one core agenda of Headout, mostly for this year at least, right? So as part of that, as we are growing team, like we always want to support the developers or the Headout as an organization to scale in all dimensions. As a platform, we always want to give that edge for all our engineers to develop and deliver their features to our customers, right? So, with that, today I'll be talking about our internal product called on-demand test environments. So, this is built for the platform team at Headout, right? So, what exactly is this on-demand test environments, right? So let me talk about the problem statements that we have currently, right? As I head out, we are scaling our teams rapidly. Like we are onboarding a lot of developers, and we are implementing a lot of features, and there is a continuous development that is happening across all the teams, right? So it's very important for us to make sure that the pace of development and deployments are intact, so that we are a go-to market, right? Whenever we want to release anything, right, nothing is blocking us in terms of, at least on the infrastructure side, right? As a platform team, like we focus much on making sure that our developers are hassle free, or they have all the set of things in place for them to play around all the infrastructure. As let's say I'm a new joinee and I want to onboard Headout platform, Headout tools, and I want to install a complete application in my local system or in a cloud, right? It should be in tips of my fingers, so that I can quickly get the things right in place as fast as possible, and then start delivering my contribution to the projects, right? So we don't want our developers hassle around finding out things to fix any dependencies with respect to their applications or with the permissions, right? So that's where our platform team focused, and we came up with a solution, which is our internal solution. We developed a platform called on demand test environment. So what are the core problems that it solves, right? The first thing we can see is that scaling of test environments for a growing team. As I told you, right, we are growing as a team, so we want to enable our developers or the QA to have their environments on demand, right? So whenever, let's say, when I say on demand, let's say for example you want to provision a EC2 instance on your AWS, right? So you see like the different instance that you can provision: on demand instance, spot instances, reserved instances, right? So the term on demand gives you like that's a thing which you place an order and you get it on basis of demand, right? So similarly, that's the same concept which we had here. So as a developer, I ask for like, boss, I want a environment where I can deploy all my applications and get a set of things to be tested, right? So so for that, we have developed a platform where our users, like maybe an engineer or a QA, a developer or a QA guy, he can directly opt for a environment, and we provision the environment within hardly like 10-12 minutes. You get a complete environment set up, and you get the endpoints ready for you to start testing, right? So that fast and that scale is what we are working at, right? So that's the first problem that we are trying to solve here. The next thing is the isolated environments, right? So when we think about scaling, we should also make sure that the environments are not clubbed. Like when I get an environment, I should be that is for me, and the data is not shared across, or the traffic is not going across the systems, right? So it's nothing like shared resources, but you want a dedicated resources for your environment, so that you can persist your data, you can keep your things there, and you can have your set of own configurations, you can build your own images, right? So we want to make sure that your environment is completely isolated from others, and you dedicatedly work for your environment at any point of time, right? So that these are the two problems which we try to solve as part of this on-demand platform, right? So next, moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So what exactly this on-demand platform does for us, right? So at Headout, right, first thing is, it, as I told you, it creates an isolated environment on demand, and it also is like shared infrastructure resources across environments. So what does it mean? Uh, let's take an example, right? So let's say I don't have a on-demand test environment. So what happens is, if someone comes to me and asks me like, Charles, can you give me a platform, can you give me an environment where I can test my builds, right? So there are multiple ways we can get it done, but one core thing that one prominently what we does across organizations is, like, you start creating EC2 machine, you deploy your applications, you create your EC2 load balancer, you have to go and do everything by yourself, and then you get an environment. And the thing is, that environment again, if you want to tear down, right, you never know like how long the user is going to use it. That's a cost dependent, right? So there is a lot of challenges that you need to have when you have a single environment and you want to share across your teams, right? So what we solved here is like the EC2s, or you can say, since we are deploying all our applications on Kubernetes, right? We are on EKS clusters, so everything is containerized, right? So we make sure that these environments which are getting deployed are shared on the EC2 machines, right? It's not like one environment deployed on a dedicated EC2 machines, right? So your resources are shared across infrastructure, but it is isolated for your environment, right? So how did we isolate? Based on the namespaces, right? So in Kubernetes, we have a concept called namespaces. So what happens is, every namespace will be like an environment for the user. Let's say my name is Charles and I want to create an environment. So what I can do is, I can say, create a namespace called Charles, go and deploy all my applications there, right? So I will walk you through like all those dashboards, all the pipelines which we had built in a couple of minutes. Another two slides, we have that, right? So that's what we say, that when infrastructure resources are shared across environments, right? So that's the thing. So then we have dedicated domains and CI/CD and applications. So what is this? So when you say domains, right? So currently we at Hadoop, like, we maintain multiple domains. So the test domain that we have is test-hadoop.com, right? So now the challenge is, when a developer or a QA guy who comes and asks for an environment, right? So the challenge is, we don't want to share that test-error.com has an endpoint for the user, right? So we want to give him a dedicated URL, right? So what we do is, like, we have configured custom domains. Like, for example, how it looks like is, like, you have let's say Charles is my environment name, so it has like Charles dot my app name. Maybe in our header, like, we have a app called demos, right? So we have charles.demos.test-error.com. So that URL is only for me, like, no one else can be able to, when I say that is dedicated for your environment, right? So in that way, we made it as, we have dedicated domains, right? And that is one thing. The next thing is, we have dedicated CI/CD. So when I say dedicated CI/CD, like, every environment which is getting deployed has their own pipeline, right? So so we are using GitHub Actions. So in GitHub Actions, we have a we have a workflows where, you just need to input your environment name. Uh, that's it. You just need to environment name, and you need to select like what are the applications that you want to deploy, right? The rest is assured that we take care of creating that environment, and we also deploy all the applications, and we throw out your URLs, right? So I'll show you that as well, like, next slides. So then, as a platform team, like, we always want this has to be scalable. So everything is on infrastructure as code. Like, nothing is manual here. Like, everything what we developed and what we have significance, what we are witnessing today as an on-demand environment is completely automated, right? There is no manual interaction. You just need to submit your environment name, and our platform takes care of building a complete infrastructure for you, deploy all the applications, create a domains, create the databases behind that, right? enables and load balancer for you, and provision and do the mapping required for your domains, right? So everything is completely automated, and you just need to start using your endpoints after like 10 minutes of the pipeline 10 minutes of the pipeline time that is spent, right? So that's the on-demand platform. Then we have, okay, so how we did this, right? So what are the components involved to bring up this on-demand cluster, on-demand infrastructure, right? Platform. So we have EKS cluster. So that is our Kubernetes cluster, which is in AWS. It's in Mumbai region. So and this is a completely scalable solution that we have built. So as part of EKS cluster, we make sure that all our applications are packaged in Helm charts. So if you see this, this is my Helm charts. So all our applications are containerized, and so we have made a Helm charts for our application packaging, right? So why Helm charts that we have used? Because of its nature of ease to use and easy to configure, and the other thing is scalability, like the scaling. The scaling factor has always been a goal for us to in Hackout, as I told you. So Helm charts helped us to scale deployments in multiple environments, right? So today we have almost like 35 environments running in our on-demand environments, right? So we are able to achieve with the custom configurations of each environment is because of the Helm charts, right? So these Helm charts, all values are configured in Helm charts, and it's completely configuration driven, right? There is no hard codings that we do, no static data that we get, right? So everything is being generated on the fly, right? All the values are populated on the fly, and we are deploying this Helm charts onto our EKS clusters, right? So in that way, today we are able to and this can scale even more, like lot more can be done using Helm charts, and there are a lot of features that we're going to come up in using Helm charts, right? I'll cover that in the next slide, right? So that's it. Then we have GitHub Actions, right? So what is the GitHub Actions? GitHub Actions, we write all the workflows. So basically, it's a CI/CD pipelines, right? So we have Jenkins similar to in GitHub. We have GitHub Actions. So as part of GitHub Actions, we have multiple pipelines, right? So what these pipeline does is these pipelines take the inputs from the user. Like for example, what is the environment name that you want to deploy, right? So let's say I have given Charles. Charles is the environment name that I want, and then what are the applications, right? So in an organization, you come across multiple applications, right? Where in some cases you don't want all the applications to be deployed into your cluster, right? You want to select a certain thing. Maybe you want to select only your backend, right? So we have something called Calypso, Fetoria. Like there are a lot of services that we have next to most, right? So developer is flexible to choose what applications that he want to deploy and test them. So so he can select those applications and submit a request to our on-demand platform. So on-demand workflow will start triggering all the services that we are written behind. So we are running some we have some scripts which will take care of all these inputs and start provisioning you the infrastructure, right? So that's on the GitHub Actions. And then we are also using AWS provisioning Route 53, ALB, and Certificate Manager, because again, as I told you, right, uh, the domains that we generate, the test custom domains that we generate, we want to enable the SSL, right? We don't want to be running on HTTP because our live traffic will be on HTTPS always, like SSL. So we make sure that all our ACMs, the AWS Certificate Manager, we provision all the certificates there, and we assign them to domains, right? So that's one thing. The next interesting thing is the base images with sample data for this. So this is one challenge that we are we try to solve. So whenever a user asks for an environment, right? So he needs a certain data to test, right? Like he can't have a dummy data or no data in place, and you can't expect them to test, right? So at backend, we have MongoDB, Postgres, we have MariaDB, we have MySQL, right? So there are multiple databases that running behind our systems, right? So when user onboards an on-demand platform, right? What is his expectations is the database which has been provisioned is isolated to his to his environment, right? So what we did is like we populate a DB image. For example, if it's a MySQL image, so we pre-populated some test data, some sample data into that image, and we provision that as a container in the Kubernetes cluster itself. So what happens is when the on-demand cluster is created, we make sure that even this MySQL is also has a prerequisites get deployed, and we make sure that all the connectivity is done between the application. We also provision a load balancer, which sorry, we also provision a load balancer which will be attached to again a domain. So this time the domain name will be charles.mysql.test-adout.com, right? And the credentials are pre-configured, right? So in that way, even the database is now being isolated and dedicated to a user. So now he can dump whatever data that he wants to dump into that MySQL database, and he can start testing, or he can use the pre-populated data that which is already there and continue his testing and features, enabling the features. Right. So in that way, we are able to achieve creating a we are able to solve some database related issues, right? So that's one. One more challenge that we try to solve here is the scaling of the nodes, right? So all our resources are need some good amount of resources. Like we are using some M5 machines for compute. We are using some C machines. We have some low grade machines like T type of machines in AWS, right? So the thing is, we want to make sure that whenever a user wants any application, wants an environment, we don't want to fail with no resource availability, right? Because these are not the environments which are expected to stay longer time, right? So these environments are expected to use and tear down it, right? So you just provision it, use it, tear down it, right? So why we want to bring it down? Because there is no point of keeping a live environment without not using it, right? So you're not using it, there is no point of keeping it, right? We just decommission the environment. And how easy it is just a click of a button, right? You don't need to go to AWS or do all of the things. It's again on the CI/CD pipeline. You just need to say that boss delete this particular environment. Everything is taken care by the pipeline. So that easy, right? Tear downing the environment is very easy. It's just one click of a button, you get everything done, right? So this is how we have done on integrated or on-demand environment, right? Going to next slide. So these are some challenges that I was talking about, right? So one challenge that we faced, which took us a good amount of time, is client servers, right? So we have some front-end React applications, right? So one of the prerequisites of this client server is it needs a dynamic URLs when it is doing build time. So okay, so you have this React JS application, Next.js application, right? So what we do is we in the Next.js application which we have, it communicates to some backend URLs, right? But these URLs cannot be passed during the runtime, right? And why we can't pass to the runtime, and we can't pass the static URLs. Like let's say the URLs are not constants basically, right? It's not because we are provisioning an application, the environment which is specific to an environment, to a dedicated environment, right? So the URLs has to be again a dedicated one, right? That's why we call it dedicated domains, right? So when we want to provision a dedicated URLs to a environment, we should make sure that the client server which is being built, the next application which has been built, these URLs are passed dynamically during the build time, right? So this is one of the challenge that we need to solve it, right? Because the URLs which are passed during the runtime are not dynamic. When I say not dynamic means uh, the URLs are basically coming as an empty URLs when you pass this uh, variables. Basically, we pass those environment variables. These variables are being empty when it is during the runtime of this Next.js application, right? So it has to be set. All these values has to be set during the build time of the application, right? So what we have done is we try to solve this having a intermediate pipeline again, intermediate steps between. So what happened is like when customer wants to provision an infrastructure, provision an on-demand cluster. So when he also wants the next demos application, right? So what we do is we take that condition saying that when the next demos is enabled, what we do is we again rebuild the next demos by passing the environment specific variable in the pipeline itself, right? So in that way, what we solved is like all the next demos builds that are getting generated in on demand are custom builds with a dedicated environment, right? The environment variables. So when I say environment variable, let's say Charles is an environment name that is getting created. So in the next demos, URLs are set with charles.api.test-error.com, right? So which is my backend URL, right? So all these URLs has to be set during the build time of next demos, not during the runtime of next demos, right? So that's a challenge that we need to solve, and we are able to solve that using intermediate step to build a next demos for every environment, right? So that's a little uh, time taken thing, which we that's a most time that we have spent to debug that issue, right? So that's one thing. The next thing is the scaling of infrastructure. As I told you, like every resource, there is a certain amount of resources needed for our applications to run. So we came up with the request limits, right? We make sure that we have identified the right resources that are needed for our applications to run as per the need. And we have also enabled the horizontal pod auto scaling, and we also enabled the node auto scaling, which is like based on demand clusters, on demand environments keep increasing. We also increase the number of nodes that have been provisioned, right? Our auto scaling group currently we have like 40 nodes running for 24 clusters, 24 environments, right? For 24 environments to be provisioned, we have currently like 40 uh, machines running, 40 M machines, M4 machines that are currently running, right? So that's a scaling that we are doing it, right? The other challenge that we have faced is the DB generation. So as I have covered it already, and configuring dynamic domain names. Yeah, this is again like as I told you, like we need to provision the URLs dynamically. So that is what we have done. And then the other challenge that we have is the configuring the Nginx configurations, right? So our Nginx was little tightly coupled when we started this project. So our server configs, what we have in Nginx, are routed based on some uh, uh, runtime environments, right? So, for example, if it wants to route to a different backend URLs, those are kind of standard URLs. Like there is nothing, what do you say, nothing custom. Like you don't have an environment specific URLs coming there, right? So our Nginx now becomes an environment specific and on demand, right? So when you're routing the Nginx becomes a custom domain, I mean, into a dedicated environment, right? So we should also make sure that the configuration which is provisioning in the Nginx is also environment specific, right? So all the routings internal to the Nginx is now being is again customized based on the environment. And again, this is all runtime. Whatever we are doing is on the fly, right? We are not hard coding any values, and it's pipeline takes care of everything. And thanks to the Helm charts again, right? So that's on the challenges. Yeah, this is a snapshot like how our on-demand test environment looks like. So what we have is we have multiple pipelines, as I told you. Like today any user wants to come and create an on-demand instance. He comes to this repository and he just selects this pipeline. He submits the what is the environment name that he wants to create, like say test here. He just checks in like what are the applications that he want to deploy. So these are some applications that we have in house. So you can just select it, click on run workflow. So it's hardly like 10 to 12 minutes. All your infrastructure components gets created, and you get a URLs, right? So yeah, these are some of the future enhancements that we are looking for. The shared DB across environments, right? So currently, what we have seen is because we keep learning on the issues that coming up in on-demand environment. So one issue that we have faced is one issue that we are thinking about is like databases. Like it's not necessarily that every user wants to have a same kind of what do you say like a shared set of databases, right? So what we are thinking is like we can have a cluster of databases. Like for example, like let's say I can club like 5 environments to, let's say database is not the key operation that they want to do. Like database operations are not the key operation that they want to test it out. So what we can do is we want to come up with a strategy saying that okay, once you don't want a database, so just use the shared database, right? So there is one dedicated database which is provisioned and kept it in the cluster. Those who don't want any operations on database, you just route it to that particular database, right? So in that way you are reducing the number of databases pods that are getting created on the environment. So that's what one thing we are planning. The other thing is cron job to update the base DB sample data. So this is to because we always want some updated data in our cluster, right? So sometimes people say that that there is data missing in the databases, some data incompatibility or schema changes, whatever it is, right? So we want to make sure that the dump is updated, right? The sample data is updated. So we are coming up with cron jobs in our Kubernetes cluster itself. So what it does is like we're going to poll the test DB or the main DB where you can have a truth, and we are trying to populate the dump from that, right? We're going to take a sample data every day or every weekly, right? We're going to decide on what is the strategy that we want to come up with, that the frequency, and we're going to configure that as a cron job, which will automatically now go and gets the data and pre-populates the sample data for you whenever you want to test on the databases, right? Then the another roadmap that we have is having a dedicated on-demand portal to manage all our environments, right? So currently everything is happening on GitHub Actions, right? So we are in plans to come up with a dedicated portal which can help us to give the complete visualization, right? So sometimes our users ask access for the cluster. Can I get to know like what is happening in the cluster, all that stuff, right? So we don't want to directly give them the access, but there is an indirect way that we are planning how they can get an access to the relevant data that they want in terms from the cluster, right? So that is there in the roadmap. So we are still planning on that. So these are the enhancements that we have for the future, like uh, maybe in the next version of on demand and version that we should plan something like that, right? So yeah, that's it from me. Any questions that you want to take?
Hey, Charles, thanks a lot for that. Sorry, there was some echo at my end, but we do have some questions for you. You can see one which is posted by Vikram. It's on the screen.
What if someone provisions an environment and doesn't decommission it? Is there a timeout post which the environment goes down automatically? Is this configurable during the environment provision? So, Vikram, currently we don't have this feature, but we that's another enhancement that we'll be making. Like we want to, there are two ways that we want to solve this. One is coming to a level where we have a pod level dedicated environments. Like instead of every user coming and doing it, we want to dedicate to a pod level. So that's we are still in discussion with Raja and all to understand like how frequent, how soon we want to decommission the applications, right? Because there is a requirement coming from teams saying that we need a dedicated environment where third party people want to keep it live. Like for example, some partners, that was Manas was asking, so he wants to keep that environment live for the I don't know how much time, but uh, that's the environment which will be used from external parties as well. So we need to come up with a strategy like when we want to decommission it. But definitely, it's a doable thing. It's a configurable thing which we can take.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for answering that, Charles.
What are the
So that,
security concepts? There's one more question from Vikram.
right.
What all security consideration precautions had to be taken while building this? So as a user you don't need to worry about the security credentials and considerations because everything is populated through the GitHub Actions, and the data which is there in the GitHub Actions, everything is in through GitHub secrets, right? So all the data that is being in the pipelines is coming through a secret, especially on the AWS credentials or the IAM users the kube configs, everything is coming from the AWS secrets, sorry, yeah, GitHub secrets. So that should take care of all the security considerations. And with respect to the endpoint security, because these are all the public endpoints, basically, like the environment which gets provision, those are all public endpoints. And that's on the SSL, like we have a dedicated domains. So that's as a user, you don't need to worry about the security considerations or precautions, right? You just make sure that you are giving a right environment name. That's
Thanks, Charles. I think that answers Vikram's question. And with that, I think we've answered all the questions that we had for your topic and your talk. And thanks a lot for doing this for us. It was very insightful.
yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we can now move on to our next speaker. We are really excited to invite one of the tech industry stalwarts, Arun Arun Chanachmi with us. Arun is a technology leader with 14 years of software engineering experience. He has been building high performing engineering organizations, setting technology strategy, and building scalable, innovative product and platforms. Is something which Arun holds as his forte. In his current role, Arun is CTO for Bright Champs. It's one of the India's fastest growing edtech organizations, and he's leading everything tech at Bright Camps, be it engineering, AI, or data analytics. So when it comes to Arun's topic today, I can very confidently say it's hands down has the most interesting, could be the most interesting topic for today and could potentially benefit each of the tech aspirant directly. So let's welcome him to enlighten us with some of the hot job trends out there in this decade. Welcome, Arun.
Hey, thanks, Priyanka. Thanks for the time. Okay. So I can start, Priyanka? Is it like, everybody's here? Okay, awesome. Hey, good afternoon, folks. Good to be here with all of you today, right? I'm sure all of you are very excited and energized to participate and in the upcoming hackathon. I think it starts today evening. That's what I saw in the schedule. Like, I don't want to take much time out of your, all the excitements around. So I'll keep it brief, probably around like 30 minutes, just to talk about, something which I'm very excited about, right? You know, heard from lot many people talking about engineering, what's the problems they were fascinating engineering problems they solved, and how they solved it, how it helped the company business, and all those perks, right? But personally, when I was reached out, I felt that if I talk about a fascinating engineering problem which I have solved, and talk about how we solved it and how it helped in a longer run, right? I found that all of you guys have given me 30 minutes of your time, attention, and everything. So I thought it's of little value. So I thought I'll change the topic to something else. Today I want to briefly talk about the broad trends in the overall technology market, and also how to stay agile, dynamic in this ever changing market, right? Probably let me share the screen. Just give me a minute, guys. Sorry, looks like I'm not able to share the screen, but let me go through it, right? So what I'm going to cover today, it's just that want to talk about what it is, what I mean by staying relevant in the market. When I say that what's the market is going, what it means to be relevant. The second thing is that what are the top market trends which is happening. Let's say be it jobs, be it different startups, be it where are the new jobs coming up, and few things around how to stay relevant, how to adapt to that ever changing market or ever changing technologies, new technologies, and everything else, and learnings from my own journey. And then probably I'll spend last 10 minutes, if you guys have any questions, would be happy to answer that as well, right? So about me personally, let me talk about so I passed out of with a chemical engineering degree, 15 years from BITS Pilani campus. And over the 15 years, I have had a diverse experience, starting from embedded systems to web technologies, back into edtech, retail, and everything else put together, right? Over the line, I authored 2 books in Redis. You being techie guys, it's a in-memory database which is used widely right now. And like Priyanka mentioned, I had the engineering team at Bright Champs as a CTO. Been here for last 18 months. Went through our uh, like like fundraisers, and then like we are the one of the fastest growing at tech across the world, right? Yeah, worked in Amazon, Oyo, My Smart Price, and built engineering team from the scratch twice, right? Like both at My Smart Price and Bright Champs today. That stage, like coming to that, when I say that what it means to be relevant. So why relevancy matters in the current market, right? If you guys have known the salary market parity, right? The market salary parity is at the all-time high. You can find a tech job ranging from probably few thousands per month salary to probably few lakhs and few crores of salary. And why there is a lot of parity is because market feels are that the companies feel there is a technology gap or the skill gap between the candidates, right? And with the advent of all this around AI, ML, and everything else, there is a saying that 30% of the job market will be automated by 2030. And this is not even it's not outside of the coding assets, right? Even today, it is predicted that by 2030 AI will actually increase the output of the knowledge workers, which is all of us, be it coding or technology analyst or anything else. It's going to increase the output by almost 140%, right? And you guys would have used GitHub, like Copilot and things like that. The OpenAI Codex almost today auto completes 37% of the coding today, right? That said, it's not like the AML is actually only automating the non technology fields. It's actually disrupting the complete market, right? That overnight I see that a lot of job roles which is actually disappearing and the new job roles being formed, with the disruption around gene editing, blockchain, autonomous vehicles, be it storage, or cloud computing. All these areas are actually going through a very rapid phase, right? That, to just put in the context, I think the broad technology trend when I talking about, so the technology is actually very much converging, right? Today probably, just give me a minute, I can just share the screen. So this is what I meant by technology is converging, because that, so all the technology what used to work separately, in if I go back 10 years back, when I came out, if you are working in gene sequencing, that has nothing to do with cloud computing or vice versa. It was all distinct fields. But what is happening in the today's market is that more or less, it has converged so much that if you look at how the IoT or cloud computing and gene sequencing, they are all working together in order to everything is connected today, right? Your health data, and then therapies, medical fields, that is actually presenting a very fast growing dynamic disruption in the market, which is make it very important that you as upcoming leaders in the field of, let's say, computing or anything else, it's very important then for you guys to actually stay relevant and up to date in all this emerging fields, right? So just to give you a broad trend around it, I think this, the overall the disruption field, it's supposed to grow from $14 trillion to to $10 trillion by 2030. Like these industries are just growing very very rapidly across all these areas, right? So now coming back to that, why I feel that how to stay relevant, right? Today, in this whole thing, um, what it means, how can you actually stay relevant? How can you learn all these things, and then you don't effectively become that person whose career get plateaued or something like that, right? So it's all about planning. That's what everybody talks about. Design everything such that tomorrow is better than today, right? When I say this, what I mean by that is you always assume that tomorrow the world is going to be better than today. That's how the hope. That's how the world runs, and so you plan ahead that any technology or any job streams or any of the streams that you guys are going to work upon, it's going to evolve. Tomorrow is definitely going to be better than today. That's how that's how you need to define. That's how you have to plan your progress, right? And next thing is like find and focus on your strengths. Like you guys are still young probably, but find your strength, right? Do not let your like I think hinder you is what like I meant, but like do not let your weakness hinder you, but like find and focus on your strengths, right? You consider this way, like you have spent last 20 years to learn stuff, you honed your stuff, like you were built up this whole persona. That's your strength, right? Probably all of you guys are good at something. Find and focus on your strengths. That will actually like go a long way. It's very difficult to like learn something new and compete in this market, right? And as the market changes very dynamically as it is today, and focus on the core strengths, which will help you in like better adoption. When I say that in core strengths, for example, there are a few areas which does not change. Let's say be it problem solving. At 10 years back, like when I was there, like Python was going up, Node.js was there. Now it is Go. Or that stack can change, but like finally that like the core problem solving or the business context or like how like the finally like business is all about like you're trying to solve the core problem of the users, right? So those things actually stays constant. So like focus on that core strengths, focus on that like the core skills what you guys have learned, and then go with it, right? So I want to talk about like one big thing which I learned that like which has helped me in my career is that like something called meta learning. This is about like learn how to learn faster or better, right? So why uh, like what is learning finally, like if things are changing in the market, like today you want to learn a new technology, or tomorrow the technology changes and you want to learn something else. Now it's all about like how faster you can learn makes you like how faster adaptable you are, right, in the market. So if you spend your time in like how you can learn quicker and how you can actually be better at learning itself, right, that becomes a strategic advantage in your career, right? That's probably like one thing which I can never overemphasize, because that I feel that your self learning and like focusing on like how you will spend your time in order to keep you up to date is going to be really a strategic advantage in the market. And in addition to that, like everything is a skill, right? If somebody says that like no, it's a born inherent talent, it's not like that, right? You can learn if you practice it. So almost everything which you see in the market, or everything which you see in the person, it's a skill. Finally, like you have to just spend your time, focus on like what you need next, right? Does not matter like what you want to learn in next 5 years, 10 years. It's a long time, right? Like in 5 years you don't know that whether that skill is going to be relevant or not also in this market. So focus on like what you want to learn next, not about 5 years, not about 10 years, not about 2 years. Like today I'm good at this, what I want to learn next. Just focus on the next thing, make it adaptable, and then go with it, right? Like I said, just try to learn quickly and stop worrying about the blind spots. Typically, like learning has a lot of the blind spot, but does not matter, right? Finally it all comes down to how good you are in associating things and like connecting things, what you have learned, right? So try to learn quickly, stop worrying about the blind spot. There are going to be too many blind spots, but does not matter in the long run. That's about it. And then third one is about exposure. So when I say exposure, um, so exposure does matter, right? You all your colleges, like your college alumni, that like finally like why are like few colleges are better paid than others. It's all come down to like exposure, what they are learned, and like over the time what they are going to learn from your seniors, or like like their alumni and everything else, right? So speak to people, speak to your seniors, speak to like other people, colleagues, about what helped them. If you guys listen to podcast or listen to books or read, go and follow people in Twitter, LinkedIn, like try to understand like what is something like which is making them better in day to day, right? Like think about like how you can be 1% better on a daily basis is different difficult, but like at least on weekly level, like what makes you 1% better, right? That's about like what you can actually do. It is like it's on people are different. So if podcasts work for somebody, somebody will like to read books, somebody read articles. But on the reading side, like don't set up a goal like I want to read 30 books, right? Read fewer books, but multiple times, or spend more time on a book that like you are actually really comprehending it. It's true with everybody. Just a cautionary tale in this one is that, while it's very easier to learn from others' mistakes and learn from others, be sure to employ your own reasoning and conclude on, what it means. Almost every advice in a book, podcast, or from the people comes with the context, right? If I say something, it is in the context of, what I have gone through. So don't just assume that, if I do this it gets better. Just employ your thing. Does it suit your situation? Does it suit your personality? So just employ your reasoning, conclude, but, do talk to people. It gives you a lot of perception, and then, helps you to, grow and stay up to date. So I just want to talk about that, one of the most underrated skill, which I felt is that, so everybody talks about communication, right? You guys would have heard that, how it is important to be able to, communicate better, speak in a good, good way, and then communication is, influencing and everything else. It's definitely true, but one of the most underrated skill I see is, it's about writing and listening. We are in this world, we are always in a hurry to respond, right? Most of the times, we are always thinking about, when somebody is talking to me, even personally myself also, my mind is always going through what am I going to answer. We hardly listen. So so spend more time on listening, what that means, contemplate. And also, writing is probably one thing which I learned later in my life, where it found it to be, really really life changing, skill, right? Writing is difficult unless you have that, a great clarity of thought, which actually gives you that, which is necessary for you to write. But it acts as a forcing function in order to bring out the clarity. Be it, let's say, you are trying out, what career to choose, or what projects to work on, why this project is important. Try to write out, it's not like you have to write like a big essay about it, or 2000 words. Just write, 5 lines about it, right? It gives you the lot of clarity. Lot of times, personally, I whatever I thought, I'm really convinced. After writing, if I read about it, I find myself, utterly stupid that I thought about it, right? It gives you that, self, being self-critical, like, understanding of, what it means to, like, about your thoughts. So that's probably, I feel that it's one of the most underrated skill around, writing is. Few more. This is very specific to, you guys are engineers, you guys are going to do, a lot of work around it. Learn why in everything which you do. When I say why, if you're doing a project, learn, why you're doing it, what it means for the customer. So we as engineers, we always feel that, okay, my job is to write a perfect good looking code, or, good readable codes, or something that works brilliantly. I use this, good abstractions and everything else. But finally, at the end of the day, it's very important that, you have to understand why you did that, right? It's not because, an abstraction looks beautiful, but it should be, why that actually makes sense in a real world, or in a business world, and things like that. It starts at that level, but also it helps you to understand, when you're building something, uh, why you are building it for the users, what it means for the users, how it solves the real world problems, right? That I find it to be, really important as any engineers to grow in the career. Without this context of why, a lot of times, we end up doing stuff just for the sake of, somebody told so, and you are not really getting into the problem solving. It's the real world problem solving of, for the users. So, in everything you do, go and ask a why to your seniors, your leads, your colleagues, or your managers in the future. Just try to understand, why you are doing it. That's an important skill for you to gain this context, right? And I'll come back to that, why that all this context helps, as well. And the next one is career choice, right? I think all of you are in that pivoting path of, it's a cross path of, you guys are probably thinking of, what career to pick, what companies to go, what stack to do, and everything else. It's always a, I find that career choice is a two-way door. When I say two-way door, you can always, open the door, go in, you can come back and then pick another door. It's not like, you have to stick to one career choice, or one stack. So you don't have to worry about it. So feel free to experiment more. Feel free to, like you know try out things before you actually stick to that. Okay, this is what I want to do, right? So more or less, uh, like you know you don't have to take that pain of okay, I have to choose the right thing because it's going to impact me. It's not like that, right? Always have, probably one side tip is that have a side hustle or side project where you want to actually like try out different things. Or if you are actually a coding guy, you want to try your hand on data, probably do a side hustle around data engineering and all this kind of stuff. See that whether it suits you. Once you gain expertise, you can always shift, right? So it's, that's something just to consider that you don't have to really worry about it. Then the last one is actually about mentors, right? Probably one thing is really really important is choose or find, search and choose the right mentors in your life. It need not be one mentor. It can, you can have multiple mentors. It could be one for your technology, one for your managerial skills, one for leadership, and it changes over the time on what you, what's the quality you want to focus on. Just try to find these mentors, try to find these people who can actually guide you, whom you can reach out for suggestions, advices and everything else, which makes it much easier when you progress or when you make a mistake or something like that, right? It helps you to actually get this different perspective from people. um just to talk about three things I wish I knew. This is probably I knew a decade back, which would have made my whole career path better. And now that you guys are in the purpose of going into that career, I thought I'll let you guys know as well. Life is definitely a marathon. It's not a sprint. So take it slow. You have long way to go. Take it slow. Take your time to actually enjoy that journey. You don't have to run burnout and things like that, right? So so take your time. It's going to be hard, or it's going to be a long process, but enjoy the process. Go through that thing, and then enjoy the whole run. That's what it is, right? And the second one is learn to hack your brain. So our brain is this is something I have been reading last couple of years. Our brain is actually very primitive, right? It's built over layers and over the animal instincts. So a lot of times we fall under this the basic instincts of we get into the what is more stimulating than what is more productive. In engineering terms, today I see that a lot of people wants to work on the latest and the brightest or shiniest technologies. They always want to work on the new languages or new frameworks, new stack, or new everything new which is coming out, right? But that probably where it's true, and where it is necessary, you have to pick the right stack or right languages where it is necessary for you to solve the real problem. But it's not, need not be you have to always go behind that what is the newest one. So try to stick to something which is core, which is which makes go deeper. Try to learn it. It's not about um like try to make sure you are gamifying it, and then try to learn something in the in a deepest form, right? So have a when I say that hack your brain, same things only. You have to start reading stuff. You can actually if you guys are having a habit, go for a run, go for a walk, meditate, whatever things try to understand yourself better. That helps you in that thing which I talked about, meta learning, how if you understand yourself better, that helps you to learn better and everything else. The last one is this is everything is not black and white in life. More or less, as an engineers, all of us believe that it's zero and ones, right? That's binary. Either it's good, bad. It's a duality of nature. We find that whether it should be done this way or that way. as I, as I progressed in my career, I found that a lot of things are subjective. Even be it a design, when you're doing a high level design, it's not you have to pick one or the other. There is no right and wrong answer. Most of the time we pick based on the context which you have at that moment. So probably if you guys think that why this is done this way, that not that way, it's it's based on a lot of context, right? So not everything is black and white. Lot of things which you guys end up doing in career is actually falls into this grayish zone. Right, it's lot of things run between zero point 0.3 to zero point 0.6 rather than 0 and 1. So that's probably something I want to imbue guys with today. And yeah, and if you guys have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Um,
Thanks a lot, Arun. That was very insightful, and I'm very sure our students in the audience must have jotted down some very beneficial inputs from your talk. And yeah, I mean, listening through your entire talk, I also agree that I think it's very, specific to a pointer that you spoke about, where communication is important, and more often than less, we end up giving importance only to soft skills and how it's important to balance it out. I guess that's something uh, good to reiterate upon, especially for our students. Now, outside of the things that you spoke about in your session, I think we have some questions
for
from
sure.
our audience, which we would like to get clarified from you or have your take on it. So,
Yeah,
we have
sure.
a question from Rohan. He's checking from a geolocation perspective. Where do you think technology trends are heading towards?
Sure. Hey, Rohan. Interesting questions there. Let me. So the geolocation as such, it's not new. When the mobile trend started, probably around the 2007 to 2010, the geolocation as such actually, evolved a lot, right, over the last decade. But right now, how the geolocation, the technology trend itself is moving towards is more of a connected world. So now the geolocation data, which was actually in your mobile, is being used across multiple different areas, right? Be it if you look at the transition of it, geolocation was helping us to navigate. Now it has moved towards your traffic sensors, from figuring it out, where there are people amassing, even for ride control. There are people started using this geolocation data for multiple different sense in the last decade. Now the trend wise, if you look at where it is, where we are definitely moving towards, is that now there are people definitely using this geolocation for even epidemic, like during the COVID times, people started using the geolocation for even figuring it out, how that disease spreads, right? That's something people never thought you can actually use the location data from your mobile in order to figure it out, backtrack where and all you traveled, who and all you met, and things like that, right? That definitely actually over the time it is evolving. Now if you go move forward in this, how it is going to, this is my personal take, right? Nobody knows that how it is going to happen, but how it is going to help us move forward is that if I talk about all these self-driving cars and auto navigations, that all the distinct geolocation data which you have been taking and storing up, it's going to be used across all the other front which is coming up now, with AML becoming more and more cheaper, right? I think now the Moore's law says it will double, but AML ka cost, your modeling cost actually is reducing by more than half, every cycle. So that means sir, that more data now, it is much easier for you to access, much easier for you to process. With this data, what is happening is that all these self-driving cars, where the event managements, even city planning, and so our road traffic managements, all of these bits actually is becoming people, where the distinct data is getting connected across the different industries. Like I said, pandemic management, disease management, it's on the health sector. If I get nobody thought geolocation data can be used for your traffic management, your signal, traffic signaling, or how to plan your. So for example, I was reading an article about how people are planning the subway timings based on geolocation data on where people are moving, where I should plan it out more transportation and things like that, right? So now it is being used in places, Rohan, where you don't expect that it would have been used 5 years back, because of that same data. It's a raw data which is becoming more accessible to the people in the related fields, where because of the advent in cloud computing, AML, and that kind of areas, right? Probably geolocation as such does not have a lot of scope to move, because it's a collection of raw data from the people. But the usage of the geolocation data in other areas, that is definitely spreading across. Hope I answered your question, Rohan. But,
Oh, you sure? You surely did. Aaron, sorry about my voice. Yeah, and I think the way you explained it and your take on it definitely makes us look at a future which is more like Black Mirror, right? Okay, I think that's one of the questions that we had, and another one that we have with us is how early on in graduation journey should one start with their internships? We earlier in the days, it was always used to be a thing wherein students would only intern in their third years or fourth years for that matter. But the trends are changing with every batch that is passing out. Do you think it's really beneficial for students when they start off as early as their first year?
Yeah, interesting question. Personally, I did my first internship only on my fourth year, which is also forced for us, right? BITS has this 6 months internship, which is forced. At that time, internship was not heard of when you are doing campus. Effectively, you go into the job. Now, I see people coming on the first year, for the internship. It definitely helps. I don't know who asked the question, Priyanka, but it does definitely help that to get as much of exposure as possible. It helps to actually go on. It's need not be you don't have to decide on I want to do an internship on AML, right? You can just go on do it on, let's say it's about getting the perception and concept of what it means in the industry. Like I said, when I came out, we always think that so the academic world and the professional world is so contrast. You don't realize it till you come to work. Now that glimpse of the professional world, which through the internship which you guys receive, helps you guys to understand what it means, and that probably can help you guys to learn better in your academic world as well. So let's say in your second year you did an internship, probably it helps you to learn in a better or a different way in your third and final years than just focusing on the academic world itself, right? Academic world is kind of different from the professional world. That is definitely true. So how soon you want to do, I would say that more exposure the better. But should you be focusing on AML from the year one? Probably that's a overkill. You don't have to enforce and force upon yourself I want to do something very high from the year one. You can start with the being a small basic analyst, or you can just come into as QA engineer. So it could be anything, but any of this exposure actually definitely helps there.
Well, thanks, Arun. I'm sure that helps our students a long way to prioritize what is the right time to dedicate for the curriculum that they're learning versus what kind of internship they should be spending their time towards. I think that's end of all the questions that we have, and we're truly thankful for you giving us the time. And I'm sure everyone in the audience appreciates it too. So thanks a lot, Arun.
Okay, thanks, Priyanka. Thanks for the opportunity. Bye, guys.
Thank you. All right, then. So, hope all of you found this session as exciting as we did at Head Out. And from here, we would be moving on to our next speaker. We have Naveen with us, who would be we have Naveen with us, who would be our last speaker for the day. Naveen, as much as we know about him as a personality, is an experimental person in nature, which is evident by his journey thus far, right? Which made us make us believe that he also that also led him to founding his own organization, Dragon Fruit AI. So, to talk of Dragon Fruit AI, it is an organization that offers world's most advanced enterprise AI analytics for digital investigation, uh, occupation management, real-time alerts, and beyond. I'll pass on the stage to Naveen here, where he will be covering the topic of testing framework Cypress. Over to you, Naveen.
Thank you, Priyanka. Welcome, guys. So I'm Naveen. I work for Dragon Fruit. So I'm the founding engineer. I didn't found it. There is a CEO. So I'm just the probably the second employee of that company. Yeah. So today I want to talk about testing frameworks and how we can improve our development workflow using those. So let me share. Yeah, I think. Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet, Naveen.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so end-to-end testing automation with Cypress. So before that, like, I'm Naveen. I am currently front-end team lead at Dragonfruit AI. So just one slide about Dragonfruit. So we are like a video analytics and VMS, video management solution for enterprise SaaS. Basically, we provide remote monitoring for all your physical security cameras, the CCTV cameras you have on your warehouses, retail stores, etc. One use case, one interesting use case we were solving for a amusement park customer, like one of our customers. So at amusement parks, we see that there are different rides, and there are like always people waiting in lines to get on the ride. So with AI, we identified like how many people are waiting at each ride, and we calculated this time using an algorithm how long it would take for you to get on a ride, so that people can prepare like their whole day around it, so they can know how long they need to wait at each ride. That's about Dragonfruit. Coming to test my talk today, if you see there is consider if you consider front end testing, then generally there are four types of testings. There is the static testing, unit testing, integration testing, and end to end testing. Static testing is like mostly the tests you write, which are used to catch typos and type errors, etc. As you write your code. Like in this example, if you see, generally like any test before you run your actual code, those are static testings. So there are many tools that fall under this umbrella of static code analyzers. Examples: linters, formatters, vulnerability scanners, and PR reviewers. One of the most popular linter is ESLint, where if you configure it in your repo and even with your IDE, you can actually see before even you run your code. Like you can see that what are possible errors or possible uh, guideline violations or best practices, uh, which which you can fix before even running the code. So if you see, like I showed you one example, like if you configure ESLint, if you and you specify all the rules you want to include, while you are writing your code, you can see that there is an unassigned variable here, and you use let instead. You can use const because this is not changing anywhere. Example of linters. Uh, Formatters is prettier. Like whenever you write code, you can have configure your IDE with a formatter, and you can also add it to on after every save. It automatically formats your code, which makes our life easier. Then there is vulnerability scanners. Example like GitHub's Dependabot. It automatically scans your repo and figures out if any of your libraries you are using are outdated and have security issues with them, and so it automatically tells you to update them. That also comes under static analysis. And also, of course, there are peer reviewers, which are your teammates, which whenever you try to open a new PR, they'll go through it and they'll also review your code. Coming next to unit testing. Unit testing is a way of testing a unit, like one particular piece of code. Either it could be, in the case of UI, it could be like a component or a function. We use different tools to do this unit testing, like just in React specifically, Jest, Mocha, Jasmine, Karma. Here is one example. You can see that there is a function which is sum, and then there is a second code block which is the test, which it imports that function and adds that if you adds an assertion that you need to expect this solution to be 3, and after you run it you will see that it passes. So unit testing is good, like in some sense unit testing its advantages, like it allows developers to isolate, like test individual units. Like if you have a big UI repository and you have multiple components, and we can like test individual components and make sure that if you are changing something, it automatically gets filtered out, and while you're running it on your continuous deployment pipeline, and one disadvantage is like it's very time consuming. Like you need to write tests for every single function, every single component, and one it will not cover all the errors that you would encounter in real life, where the error might be related to some integration issues, like with some API backend, different things. So, and it also requires more maintenance when if you are like setting up your code initially and it keeps changing every few days. So that is unit testing. Then coming to integration testing. Integration testing is basically like you test some piece of code which interacts with another piece of code. Like for example, in your UI interacts with your backend. Of course, you'll send API requests to your backend, and it needs to make sure that whatever requests you are making are successful and not erroring. This here is one example I showed. If you see, you found one button on your document on your UI, then you try to click it, and you'll make sure that there is an API call going when you click it. And yeah, this is basically integration testing. It also is useful in many cases when you don't want to do like full blown end-to-end testing, which we'll talk about next, to have more code coverage and reliability in your workflow. Then coming to our current topic of discussion, end-to-end testing. End-to-end testing is like where like we test the entire product from beginning to the end as if like we are a real user. That is end-to-end testing. So we actually use these tools, which Selenium and Cypress, which have this ability to emulate or simulate a user's behavior on an actual product. This is one example. If you see, there is this to-do app. If you have like one test which goes and visits that app and try to add a to-do as a user and verifies that after you added it is saved. Benefits of end-to-end testing, it's like it will ensure that your app is functioning as a cohesive whole, and the tests match the user experience, and these tests can be written by developers and also QA teams. No need to uh, like restrict yourself that only developer teams writes these tests. Even the QA team can also contribute to in building these tests. And this end-to-end tests are also used as like we can think of them as a testing, because we anyway are going to actually simulate it and test it. So it's not by default it automatically tests the integrations which are in our app. So the main two popular libraries which use for end-to-end testing are Selenium and Cypress. Selenium is like like it's been there for a long time. This is like a Selenium architecture. Okay, just a second. Yeah, this is like a Selenium architecture. If you see, it's Selenium is like it runs outside a browser. It's a different process. Whenever you trigger there is a driver which connects to the browser through an external thing and tries to communicate and implement whatever actions we write. As for coming to Cypress, Cypress is slightly different. It's oh, order. Yeah, as per if you see the Cypress architecture, it's different from Selenium in a way that it is not a separate process. There is a separate process, but actual tests are running alongside in the same browser the app is open. So this have some advantages and some disadvantages. No, behind the scenes, like Cypress is like a node server which is running on your machine, and then it opens a headless browser in remote access state. Like it is controlled by this Cypress server, and it cannot. So as it is running inside the browser, it gives it gives an ability to many to add like many features which I'll talk about next, which are like you can take screenshots, record videos, intercept network requests, then or like go through the test steps individually one by one, go back in time, and also like and even when you go back in time, you also have the executing context at that time, so that it's easier to debug when a test actually fails. So these are the different features of Cypress, like time travel, which I talked about. Like you can go through the test steps one by one, and you go and go back. Then debugability because of this time travel, and you can actually go and see at what where it failed. Real-time reloads, like when you are developing the tests and you are keep adding some stuff and keep saving, it automatically reloads the test and it tries to run the test whatever you changed. This automatic waiting, yeah, this is the important one of the like most promising feature of Cypress, automatic waiting. This like when because it's running in the same browser as your app, it already knows that are there any network requests pending, are there any user interactions which are keep pending. Uh, so yeah, so this will help us to don't need to add any weights or sleeps in your tests. Whereas if you're using Selenium, it's not running in a browser; it is a separate process, and it tries to communicate with the browser from externally, so that you need to actually have to add weights on your own and try sleeps whenever the network requests are happening or there is some processing happening. And then you can also stub spice and clocks, which are like you can mock some APIs, you can control uh, the API responses, which will allow us to test our app uh, in different conditions, like even on stage, on production, you can change the endpoint. Then there are screenshots and videos, which I'll show you in the demo. Like while you are running the test, you can actually have specify argument which it will record the test what it is running, and you can go back and see what actually happened when the test cases actually ran. Now coming to the actual Cypress folder structure, how it is, how whenever you try to integrate with your project, there are like there will be a Cypress folder which you need to configure. Then there is fixtures, supports, and tests. Fixtures are like external pieces of data that can be used, something like a JSON or anything. Or like if you are testing a video upload feature, you can have some sample videos in there. Then support is like when you want to make whatever code you are writing in the test, if you are repeating it in multiple places, you want to extract it out as a custom commands, you can extract some of them as custom commands and put it in support. Then there is actual test folder, which actually you write the test specs, which I'll show you some examples of. And then there's videos folder, which if you have the videos saving enabled, it will automatically save to this folder. Yeah. So before going into the Cypress code, I want to give you some primer, like what you can expect. Uh, yeah. So these are the Cypress constructs you encounter while you are writing your Cypress codes. There is describe it before, after, before each, and after each. So describe is like you group your test into different groups. Like if you have a project which multiple modules, multiple pages, you want to group them by page, you want to group them by module, so it's easier to run this test case exclusively. Only you want to test only some workflow, and you can only run one of the spec file and not all of the tests. And it is like individual test case. And then there is before is it runs once uh, before all the test cases begins to run. And then after is after hook. Before each, like before each individual test it runs, it runs Like these are used for setting up some states. Like if you want to log in, if your app is protected, you can log in this before method, so that the login stays across for all the tests in that in particular module. Yeah. So let's talk about writing the tests. So generally, if you're whenever you're writing a test, like uh, a solid test covers three phases. Like you set up some application state, you perform an action, and then you assert something as a result of your action in the state. Like let's see one example of this. You visit a web page, you query for an element, then you interact with that element, and then we assert something about that content in the page. For example, visiting a web page. Yeah. So if you see some of the constructs I talked about earlier, we are using it here. So describe, this is my first test. IT is individual test, visits this kitchen sink. So cy.visit. Cy is a Cypress utility that you get while we import it, and visit is it goes to that given URL. This is visiting a web page. Then querying for an element. My first test, like you visit this page and you are verifying, you are trying to see that there is something called type in the page. After querying for element, you want to do an interaction. Like you go to this page, you find that element, then you do a click interaction. Then you want to assert something. Like after you click, the URL should change to command/actions. So this is how you assert something when you write a test case. Yeah, demo. Okay. Before going to demo, I see some questions here. What is your opinion on visual difference testing? Is it easy to implement? Does it have enough benefits? I saw about visual testing. It's not very straightforward to implement, but it has its purpose. Like if you are a consumer facing product where the visual element of the product is very important, like you are like and or like a e-commerce site where even small difference it will impact the user, then it will make sense to implement this visual testing. So there are libraries which you can do, like compare screenshot previous build, screenshot the current build, and if there is some difference, it will automatically post it onto your GitHub PR as a comment. I think it's good, but it takes effort and depends on your use case. If whatever like even the small pixel difference, if you want your app to be pixel perfect, then it makes more sense. Yeah. How to decide on what type of testing we should focus on and what? Yeah, this is a good question. Let me give example of our company. So when we are a early stage startup, we are like 2-3 years now. We started this company. So initially we did not, when we start writing the test code, we did not write test cases. But as we go, like the product keeps evolving and we adding more features, more modules. We definitely saw the need to add testings, and one thing we thought is that we set up unit tests. We did some unit tests, but we didn't see much return on investment on unit tests. But then we wanted to try out this integrate like end-to-end test, like we're using Cypress, which I think has more return on investment, because you spend time to actually emulate the user flows and make sure that all the user flows are working. And we also run it on every deployment, like it's part of our CI/CD. It runs and we verify the results. There are a couple of tests which are flaky, but that is part of the cycle. Like you try to fix the flakiness, you but I see the more investment is in end-to-end tests where you actually emulate a user initially, but once you keep like your code base increases in complexity, there is definitely in return on unit testing and integration testing. Like if your team is too big and one component is used by multiple teams, then unit testing has more value than end-to-end testing. If you are like a library maintainer inside your company, yeah, that's my opinion on where to focus. Then the next question: does Cypress support cross-browser testing? When should one prefer Cypress over Selenium? Yeah, Cypress supports cross-browser testing in the sense like you can test your code in Chrome, Firefox, Electron, multiple places. Uh, One disadvantage of Cypress is as it is running inside your browser, you can't test something which involves two tabs or something like that. Like if you're doing an action in one tab and you want to test whether the other tab it gets updated, those kind of tests you can't do in Cypress because of an architecturally you cannot do it. As in Selenium, you can do it, but if you're already if you're a legacy application, or like if you're a multi-page app with different different what do you say different tools or libraries like React or different libraries you're using, Selenium makes sense. But if you have a single page app which is every all the code is in one library, and you want to have these features, like you want to go back in time and see what happens, where it failed, you want to have recordings, and then Cypress makes more sense. Yeah. Hmm. Let me present my. Let's go to the demo. Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to see it.
I mean, it's visible.
Oh, yeah. Let me show you a demo of this test. Like this is like a real some demo set up by Cypress. This is like a payments app, similar like a banking payments app. You log into this app and you see what are different payments you make to your friends, or like wallet kind of an app. So you have a home, you have an account, you have bank accounts, notification, you can make new payments, you can select something to add some amount. So this is like a test app. So let me open the Cypress dash. So this is what you see whenever you do Cypress open, and it asks you to choose what is the browser you want to test it on. You can test it on Chrome and on Firefox. You can also test it on Edge. If you have like browser installed, you will get that option also. So when you start Cypress, then you will come to this page where you will see all your specs in your whatever you wrote. Like this is an example thing. So this is like all the specs I have of different tests. Let me run one of these tests, and I will let's see how it is running. Then we will go through that code once. So if you see, it opens our web page. It tries to log in. Then these are the different tests. I'll let it run. It shouldn't take like 10 more seconds. Yeah, that's it. Like these are like some 5, 8, 9 tests. You see there is should redirect another user to sign in page. If you go to this test, like the test already ran and 8 of them passed, and it took like 22 seconds to run these 8 tests. But you can actually, after it ran, you can actually go ahead and see what happened. Like this should redirect to unauthenticated user to sign in page. So there is this before each, which populates some state. Then there is test body. This is you're going to this page /personal, but this is like a behind an authentication. So you can't visit this page if you are not authenticated. You visit this page, but it automatically redirects. So we try to see what is the path, and we expect the path to be /sign-in. And if as it is sign in, it is passing. This assertion is passing. You can actually go ahead and click it and see the outputs in console. Like if you Yeah, you can click on this path name and you can see what is its value when the test is run. So this is the advantage of Cypress back because it's running alongside of your app. It should redirect to home page after login. If you see finding, like once you log in, see here we are entering the username, then we are entering the password, then we are submitting. After submitting, there is a network request to log in, and we are waiting for that network request to complete. Then it automatically redirects. Then we are checking that after it redirects, it's redirecting to slash, which is the home. So this is one of the tests. So yeah, this is how these tests run, and you can actually go ahead and see. And let's see the code for this. Yeah. So this is the Cypress folder. You can see there is fixture, support, test, videos, and some configurations. If you open tests, there are different types. You can actually also do API testing without even UI. That's for a different task, but we are focused on UI automation. So yeah, this is the spec I ran. Like if you can see before each, there is a DB seed which is happening, which are trying to set up some like data, and then there is also we are intercepting this user API calls because there is no actually API server running, and we want to wait on these API calls to complete before you proceed. So we are intercepting the name which we'll use in actual tests. So this is the first test. We are visiting this page and we are checking that the URL should be sign in, and we are also taking a snapshot. Then after you log in, there is find users. You log in, and after you log in, it should redirect to slash. It should remember a user for 30 days. You can actually get the cookies and try to find. You can match if it is a mobile user. There is a side navigation, or if it is not a mobile, then you can sign out after you sign in. Yeah, these are the different tests you write. There are different commands which we can use. For example, there is like huge lists of these APIs. You can go to this documentation and actually see like there are all these different clear, cookie, closet, debug. So you can, depending upon your use cases, you can also use all these intercept. Next, and write your tests. Uh, yeah, I think that's the demo. I can shop streaming. I see one more question here. Maybe I can answer that.
Yeah, we do.
How can we set up mobile automation with Cypress between AppPM and Cypress? Mobile automation, if you are meaning mobile app, Android app testing, it's different completely. It's not, you can't do app testing with Cypress. If you're talking about mobile web, it is very similar to what we showed. You can just actually, there is a option to set up the viewport size of while you are testing, and you can set up the viewport size to be a mobile, like 340 by 720, something like that, and you can test your mobile experience using Cypress. But if you're talking about Android apps, it's a completely different thing. Yeah, that's it. Any other questions?
Right. I think we have covered it all for today. Thanks a lot, Naveen, for doing the session with us and answering to all the queries that came from our audience.
Yes, just one more thing I wanted to share. Like, so our company Dragonfruit AI, we are looking to hire some good engineers. So we have a team of our engineering team is very lean. Like we are like close 25 engineers across the globe. So we have offices in Bangalore, South Africa, and US. So if anyone of the engineers is interested, even we are offering interns, but the bar is little high because we are a very lean team. So if you are interested, please feel free to email me or fill out the contact us form in our website. Thanks.
I'm sure they would be keen on it. All right, then I think that brings us to the end of our day in terms of our speaker sessions, and I could just go ahead and provide some info on what to expect next for people who are going to participate in Hackout. So, starting at 5, we would begin with our trivia as promised. So, this is available to you on our Discord group. Please go and be a part of the trivia. Thereafter, our hack-in begins at 6 p.m. All the participating teams are requested to make sure that they begin on time so that they can leverage the whole 48 hours that are available to them. We initially mentioned in our timeline that our registration closes at 8 p.m., but looking at the requests that we are receiving for registrations and forming the teams, we are extending the deadline to tonight 12. However, the overall window for hackathon would remain to be 48 hours. Keep that in mind if you are registering anytime soon now or later tonight. Lastly, for today, last thing on our agenda is going to be our meme war, which has proved to be really fun in the past. So tune in with us at 12 a.m. to participate in the meme war. All right, that's about it. And we are ready to sign off for the day, unless anyone in the audience has any more questions. Okay, looking at the chat right now, and I don't see any more new questions. So this is it, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us today. We hope you had a great session. We definitely have enjoyed meeting all of us. Thank you. Bye.